And number 38, Dominic Anthony. The Wadadli Elite Stingers, they're coached by Byron Andrew. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for your reigning DABA Premier League champions, the Dr. Daru Prichler Sports Club Falcons, wearing number 10, Kaifa Francis. Number 17, Edmund Williams Jr. JV Bellot, number 4. Number 6, Jacob Barry. And number 14, the reigning league MVP, Kewan Thomas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're set for basketball action. We're going to hand the game over to the officials. Good luck to the two teams. And of course, the coach for the Dr. Daru Prichler Sports Club Falcons, Levi Baron. All right, everyone, good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the Massac Indoor Facility, the venue here for this inaugural Kreyol Basketball Championships. My name is Gavin Richards, joined, of course, by Delvin Esprit. We're going to bring you the live action here tonight at the Massac Indoor Facility. The first game, of course, the Dr. Daru Prichler Sports Club Falcons, and they're taking on the Wadadli Elite Stingers out of Antigua. This Kreyol basketball competition, of course, brings together the best basketball teams in St. Lucia, in Guadeloupe, Antigua, and Dominica. And they'll be battling it out for a few days to decide the top team in the Kreyol-speaking Caribbean, I guess.
Gavin, I want to say good evening to you and good evening to the many listeners of the DSM. Wherever you are listening to the broadcast, we just had a tip-up, but we realized that the Prichler Falcon team is supposed to be shooting where you warm up. That's supposed to be, but they should on the other side. I don't know if basketball rules have changed, but so the referees just getting it right to consult that, because where you warm up, that's where you're supposed to be shooting, Gavin. So no points.
Well, a little bit of, I guess, nerves and everything, but it has been sorted out. I think we will re-jump again. So I can give you the starting lineups for the two teams. The Dr. Daru Prichler Sports Club Falcons, of course, they're the reigning league champions. They will be surrendering their championship this year, as they've already been knocked out of the Premier League playoffs. But the Falcons, starting with Kaifa Francis, Edmund Williams Jr., JV Bellot, Jacob Barry, and of course the league MVP, Kewan Thomas, as we're underway again here at the Massac Indoor Facility.
And the ball just played out of touch there. The tip went to the Antigua team, so the referee Judy John in control. As you see, a very reasonable crowd, building up there very nicely. As you know, there's 2 matches on tonight. Number 33. Nice fake by number 27 for Antigua. He's shooting, misses a big rebound there, and the ball goes into touch, out of his hand, into touch. I think it's a ball belonging to the Antigua team, the Wadadli team from Antigua. Well, the tall guy, Gavin, number 24.
Alexis Jackson, that's number 24 for the Wadadli team, and you can see he has a height advantage over the rest of the Falcons. Jacob Barry, who's playing the center position for the Falcons team. Normally he plays the forward position, but tonight without the likes of Peter Ricketts and Ramal Carbon, Jacob has to do some duties down low. So he will have his hands filled, trying to battle out with Alexis Jackson. From the looks of it, looks like Jackson might be about 6'9", maybe 6'10".
Yes, and Jackson's a very tall guy, Gavin. I can tell you, he have the height advantage, but they're trying to get the ball into him inbound, but the ball goes also the back of the rim and goes into touch for a ball for Falcons. So Kean Thomas on top of the guard, number 14 for Dominica, looking to find a man, dribbling up on the key.
Well, it's Bellot for 3 and misses, and Jackson with the rebound. Just about a minute gone in the first quarter as the two teams feel each other out. And a big rebound there from Jacob Barry. So Kewan Thomas, the league MVP, a lot will be resting on him, and that's a big block there from the number 77, that's Sharim Dewadi. And they've turned it over, and Bellot will go up and one. So able to take the contact there, and JV Bellot will have an opportunity for a 3-point play.
In the end, they're pulling up that basket and scoring. So a good play there by JV Bellot, and one shot. So Falcons starting off very nicely for 2 points. You see on the free throw line.
Well, the Falcons, throughout the Premier League, they've established themselves as a running team. As Bellot converts there, so 3-point play for the Falcons. And it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that sort of tempo, Delvin, against the Antiguan team.
Well, we'll have to hope they can do that, but the Antiguan moving the ball, attempted 3-pointer, misses, rebound there by Jackson, a number of guys on Jackson, and he uses his height and score. He's using height advantage, Gavin.
So that's something that the Falcons are going to have to improve on moving forward. Boxing out, because they already have the height disadvantage. But if you play proper defense and you box out properly, as there's a turnover there, ball going through the legs of Kewan Thomas. If you're able to box out properly, you can, sort of cancel that height advantage that the opponent would have.
Yeah, well, they have to keep him out of the key, Gavin. It's key that they keep him out of the key, because that height advantage, and so will really work for him, because he's really using his height, setting the screens.
Driving strong there. That looks like it will be a foul on Jacob Barry. So Barry also has to be very cautious, because like we said, Delvin, he's going to be logging some big minutes at the center position. You can just look at the Falcons bench. There's no other center player there.
No Ricketts, no Ramal Carbon, so there's disadvantage in terms of height.
Right, Ramal Carbon, I think he's done at least for another year. He has a surgery to do.
He shoots and score number 38.
So to the line is Dominic Anthony from the Wadadli Elite Stingers. And Barry for another rebound. And we can see the Falcons just a bit careless so far in these opening encounters. Jumper miss there from Tishon Lewis. And Bellot will attempt the 3. Some poor basketball so far, Delvin.
Yes, they're not settling down in terms of getting a proper shot. He drives and air ball and Barry all the way. Let's see what Barry does. He passes the ball, nice bounce pass.
Kaifa Francis unable to take advantage of the transition play. And there's a big dunk there.
Impressive dunk there by Jackson.
Take advantage of the
Jackson
transition
is the hammer
play.
throwdown.
And there's the big dunk there. Take advantage.
Very easy, Gavin, in the end.
Take advantage of the transition play.
So you can see
And
Jacob
there's the
Barry
big dunk
up
there.
now. Like I said, Delvin, he's playing the center tonight, but normally he plays the small forward. So he's showing that he's capable of handling the ball. But the Falcons are turning over, and the Stingers are making them pay for it, and the leaders jumped up to 7-3.
Yes, a very good move there. A nice no-look pass there from Jackson. A back of a back pass there from Jackson. A lovely pass by Jackson and was converted.
Edmund Williams trying to play some bully ball, and Bellot unable to get the easy two, misses again on the second attempt.
And Jackson again. Rebound.
So the Stingers controlling the paint, and the Falcons are struggling with their transition defense because easy rebound on one end turned into a fast break on the other end. And that's poor basketball from the Falcons.
They're not defending at all, the Falcons.
The Falcons are just struggling to get into the game as this one missed by Kiefer Francis. And here come the Stingers again, pushing the ball. And again, another second chance opportunity for the Stingers is Jackson with another rebound. And Tishon Lewis misses the jumper. Bit of a collision, and referee Nudie John signals that the possession belongs to the Wadadli Stingers.
And a substitution then, number 33 coming back in, number 2 coming in there for the Wadadli team from Antigua.
So you can see that the Falcons haven't settled down. It's still early going in the game. The lead is just 6 points. But you don't want to get yourself into a hole so deep that you can't climb out of.
And you realize that the Antigua team playing a very quick basketball game, Gavin. They're moving the ball down very quickly, so that means to say that the Falcons team cannot get into defense properly and set up a proper defense. So they're running the ball.
Right, and remember, like I told you, the Falcons, they've made a reputation of being one of the quickest teams in Dominica's basketball. You know, they play a high press, full court, man-to-man, force the turnovers, and push the ball, but they've been unable to do so tonight. And you can just see it as, you know, they've gotten the turnover and they still haven't, you know, been able to advance quickly down the court. And Kewan Thomas needs to take control of the game. Kiefer Francis looking to find Jacob Barry under the rim, but the ball has gone out of play.
And that's very tough defense, Gavin. They've seen a different type of defense there tonight. They're trapping the ball. They're playing man-to-man tough defense, Gavin. It's not easy at all for the Falcons.
Well, there's Kewan for 3 and off the back iron. And again, a chance for the Stingers to push the ball. It's a 3-on-1 opportunity, and it's another foul from Jacob Barry, and that will be his second foul. And he's going to have to head to the bench.
Number 2 on Barry, and Barry. and the ball was played up there. As a matter of fact, the shot was taken, a 3-point shot, but nobody was on really on defense, only Barry.
Number 2 on Barry.
The chemistry is certainly not here for the Falcons tonight. Definitely not playing Falcons basketball. Yes, it's only 5 minutes into the game. But you can see that they're just lacking the energy. Maybe Coach Levi Barron might have to turn to his bench and maybe go to some of his younger players. He has the likes of Zach Bastian, also Meshach Deboule, guys who have, you know, led the Division 1 team. They have that sort of spark, that sort of energy.
Yeah, and Zach Bastian is a very good young player, Gavin. He needs to come in.
So to the line for second free throw, Tishon Lewis. And Edmund Williams will get the rebound. So Kewan Thomas, the MVP for Dominica's basketball, he has to try to take over now. And that's a good behind the back pass, a good pass there. And JV Bellot with the basket. Kewan Thomas with the good assist.
And that's a good behind the back pass, a
Just
good
see the
pass
replay,
there.
good behind the back
And
pass.
JV Bellot.
Kewan Thomas, eyes behind his head.
And the crowd asking for defense. 9-5 in favor of Wadadli from Antigua. That's a little too easy.
Well, very easy, and that is bound to happen because the Falcons no longer have the services of their rim protector in Jacob Barry, who picked up 2 quick fouls. And without any big man, it's going to be, you know, open season for driving in for the Stingers. There's Kewan for 3, and well, Yannick gets the rebound, and Edmund misses, gets his own rebound, up again, draws the foul. I think that's the only silver lining in that play, Delvin. He should have converted, but at least he picked up a foul on the big man.
Gets the rebound, and Edmund misses, gets his own rebound, up again, draws the foul.
Not a friendly rim at all, Gavin, in that section of the court. When you think the ball is in, it's out, in and out. You just.
Well, to bring Edmund Williams Jr. to the line for 2 free throws. Edmund Williams makes the first. Delvin, every time I look at Edmund, especially now towards, last few months of his career, reminds me a lot of Zion Williamson. Big, strong guy. Maybe that free throw would be taken again. No, actually, I thought that was a violation. Alley-oop attempt. And misses, so Kewan Thomas trying to bring the ball up. And Edmund Williams loses it. Another fast break opportunity for the Stingers.
5-on-2, a matter of fact, Gavin. 5-on-2, Gavin. He misses, and an easy break there for the Falcon. Edmund again, and scores.
Well, cherry picking there. Edmund Williams never ran back on defense. And that is just too easy, Delvin. What's going on?
Yeah, very easy. No defense. Nobody playing any defense. He had an easy look.
And that is just too easy, Delvin. What's going on?
Kewan Thomas, number 14. If the ball up, God. The point guard, number 14 for Dominic, for the Falcons team. A long pass across to Kyver. A three-pointer attempt misses. Rebound by number 2 for the Antigua team. They run in that court. They're 4 against 2. And driving all the way. And misses, Gavin. That ball in and out.
Well, an unfriendly roll there. And the Falcons have turned it over. Real sloppy start to the first quarter, as we see the Falcons making some changes. In comes Zach Bastian and Meshach Deboulé. And leaving the court, J.V. Bellot and Edmund Williams. That's an interesting substitution. So the Falcons have gone small. And strong driving layup there from Kaifer Francis. And just like that, the lead has been cut to 3. Big rebound there from Yannick Regis. So the game plan from the Falcons, they've gone small. But this could be an offensive foul. No call by the referee. And the Stingers come the other way. I believe that was a carrying violation. Signaled by referee Udi John. And the Falcons have taken their first timeout. So 2 minutes and 22 seconds left in the first quarter. It's the Stingers from Antigua, the Wadadli Elite Stingers, 13, and the Dr. Darrow Priestess Sports Club Falcons, 10.
Yes. Gavin, have you realized that that team from Antigua
take advantage of the transition play?
They're running team, Gavin.
And there's the ball there.
In terms of getting easy baskets.
Presses down there by Jackson.
Two youngsters, and the youngsters trapping from up. So it's a very good move there by the coach, by Baron, bringing the 2 youngsters that can run with those guys.
Well, I understand what you're saying. But the Falcons also have to realize that while they have gone small, the Stingers are still big. So the Stingers are in position to out-rebound them and take advantage of them in the paint. So what you find is that the Falcons are going to have to be boxing out, and they have to be playing careful, smart basketball. They can't be afforded to take too many jump shots on the offensive end, because these jump shots will turn into fast break opportunities on the other end, especially if they can't rebound the basketball.
You're quite right on that, Gavin. So what they have to do, they have to quickly stop the ball, so long the play up front so they can set up on defense.
But then also to that goes against their brand of basketball, because their brand of basketball is, move the ball quickly and like just like that, and there's a turnover there. And it will be a foul. And Javonte Daly will head to the line for 2.
Foul on Yannick Regis.
So the Falcons have to be careful. I think they've committed a number of fouls so far this quarter, and they'll be sending the Stingers to the line for the bonus very quickly. As Daly misses the first free throw. Quite an appreciative crowd, Delvin, on Thursday night. Of course, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have more basketball action. We'll be expecting some bigger crowds.
Oh yes, and maybe in the second match, so we might just see some more people from my side because Blazers will be on against the St. Lucia team.
As Daly makes the second. 4-point lead. As Bastian drives strong. And you can see the importance of a rim protector. And Lopez Adams was into the game for the Stingers. You could see how he just altered that shot there from Zach Bastian as there's a push in the back by number 2, that's Dante Trimingham.
Yes.
Loose ball foul.
Ball on the side.
And Bastian gets his first 2 points of the evening. So you can see the Falcons, they've adopted a full court press, man-to-man defense, trying to see if they can force a turnover as Kewan Thomas guilty of the foul there. And we'll send number 2, that's Dante Trimingham, is it? To the line for 2.
And there's no Jackson on the court, so Falcons should be using that opportunity to take advantage.
Well, there's no Jackson, but there's another tall guy, Lopez Adams, wearing number 14. So anyhow you look at it, the Stingers are going to have the height advantage for the majority of the game. The lone big man for the Falcons is in foul trouble. That's Jacob Barry. Picked up 2 quick fouls.
He misses his first free throw. Misses the second, Gavin.
Well, here's Mishak, who's able to bring up the ball, and Kewan Thomas. And you can see what the Wadadli team has adopted. They've done their homework. Bastian misses on the 3. And you see how these jump shots are turning into fast break opportunities for the Wadadli Stingers. They're pushing the ball at every opportunity they get, Delvin.
Oh yes, and it's a good thing that the youngster from the Falcon team came in there so he could have blocked that ball out of court because he was really running the court down with some pace.
Well, we're seeing,
young legs, Gavin.
Yes. Ronnie McGlaw coming into the game for the Falcons. Kaifa Francis will sit. And that will be and 1. So good basketball there. You could see that Lopez Adams set the screen and then rolled immediately to the basket.
Gavin, that young guy, they have a lot of height, Gavin, and you could see when he jumped, Gavin, he was way over the rim.
So a 3-point play there for the Stingers. Just like that, the lead is back up to 5.
So a man-to-man defense, Gavin. You saw the switch on the defense.
It's not just man-to-man. The Stingers have done their homework and they realized that Kewan Thomas is the danger man for the Falcons. And they've made life very difficult for him. So it's up to now for Coach Levi Barron to see how he can make the adjustments. They've picked up Kewan Thomas from the moment that he crosses the half court. So they're going to need to set some screens, that's the Falcons. Or maybe try to get Kewan off the ball, you know, to try to get some easy baskets for him. Oh, lovely move behind the back. You can hear the oohs and the ahs there as Dante Trimingham gets another 2 points.
Lovely play there by Birmingham Dante.
So you can see it again. Traveling there, signaled by the referee from Guadeloupe, Gail Mika.
Very serious referee, Gavin, a young lady involved in refereeing. We can tell the score is 19-12 in favor of the team from Antigua, the Wadadli. There's nobody defending this guy, and he's lobbed it up. And
Up to the Raptors, alley-oop there. And it's Lopez Adams skying high for that one with the thunderous dunk. And the game is getting away from the Falcons, Delvin.
Oh yes, and they're really strapping Kian Thomas, and somebody else will have to answer for the Falcon team.
Well, he draws the contact there, and I think he'll get 3 free throws. So careless basketball there from the Stingers. You don't want to foul the jump shooter.
Yes, Gavin, and Gavin, we might just see that we play there because he was way over the rim, Gavin.
So you can just look at it there. Good pass it is.
Bro, there's nobody defending this guy.
Up to the Raptors, alley-oop there. And
well, the Falcons are hoping for goaltending, but that clearly wasn't a goaltend. So Kiwan Thomas missing the first free throw. Makes the second. And a buzzer beater there, so number 11, that's Oriel Serafin beating the buzzer, rubbing some more salt into the wounds of the Falcons, and the Stingers will end the quarter on a very high note.
Yes, and you can see the Falcon coaching staff very upset and so on in terms of what went on. They were thinking that it's supposed to be free throws, Gavin, but he was even given 2 by the official. But the three-pointer, a matter for the long three-pointer, beating the buzzer there, so off the backboard and in, and the score is 24-13 in favor of the Malgadi team from Antigua, and they really played some fantastic basketball here tonight, Gavin.
Well, Delvin, that was just poor defense all around. I mean,
and the buzzer beater there, so number 11.
Falcons had no game awareness as to how much time was left on the clock, and the fact that the Guadalajara team would have to obviously try to push the ball down the court. And it was an open shot. So the Falcons, they've dug themselves in a hole. They've really played some poor basketball in the first quarter. They've given up a number of transition points. They've been out-rebounded. They've committed some silly fouls. They've struggled on offense. Let's hope that they can get their act together in the second quarter and get themselves out of this hole.
Yes, and it can be very difficult for them because the type of height the Antigua team, and not only the height, the guards also very quick. So they are beating the defensive players up front, the top players for the Falcon team. And it's an easy, when they beat them and the driving game, it's an easy hoop in terms of height for the team from that far side.
Okay, well, something has happened, and they've actually gone and looks like they're going to award Kiwan Thomas a 3rd free throw. So Kiwan Thomas was fouled before the end of the quarter, and he has fouled attempting a 3-pointer. So he makes the second. So the buzzer beater that the player hit before has been cancelled, and that now brings us to the end of the quarter. So 21-14 at the end of the first quarter. Just want to clarify for the viewers who are probably a bit confused. A lot of us were caught off guard by that as well, Delvin. 21-14 at the end of the first quarter. What happened was Kiwan Thomas was fouled with 0.5 seconds left on the clock. He was fouled attempting a 3-pointer. However, the referees only awarded him 2 free throws. The matter was protested, and it looks like they realized, yes, he was indeed attempting a 3-pointer. So they had to cancel out the buzzer beater from Orion.
A lot will be
Serafin.
rested on him, and that's a big block.
And
one.
Has been sorted out now. So at the end of 21-14,
take advantage of the transition play.
We'll be back.
And there's the big dunk there.
Impressive dunk there by Jackson.
Take advantage of the
Jackson is the
transition
hammer
play.
throw down.
And that's a good behind the back pass, a good
All right, back with second quarter action here at the Massac Indoor Facility as Debole is rejected by Lopez Adams. Sent back to the cleaners as Williams tries again, and this time picks up the foul on Adams, and Williams will head to the line for 2.
And the Antigua team, because of the height advantage, Gavin, they're challenging these guys from the Falcons. So the Falcons will have to look to get the 3-point play and look to score what's going up, Gavin, because they're going up against height.
Edwin Williams makes the first free throw. And these are sort of the things that the Falcons have to do to get themselves back into the game. They have to take advantage of the free throws, try to shoot a high percentage. Lane violation there, so it's going to be another free throw for Williams. The Stingers are not going to be making life easy for the Falcons this evening. It misses the second. And we can see the full court press there from the Falcons. But just a little bit lapse there. There's an open man. And the Stingers have broken it. 9 seconds left on the shot clock. As he pops the 3, misses. And the second chance opportunity, third chance for the Stingers. And the Falcons will come away with it. Is Meshach Debole over to Williams. Kewan Thomas has it, 9 on the shot clock. Gets the screen, gets the bump, was looking for the contact, and it will be an air ball.
A bad shot, I thought, there by Kewan Thomas.
Well, he was bumped in all fairness, but the referee didn't give the call as Zach gets the easy lay in there. So you can see the full court press from the Falcons bearing some fruit.
21-17.
It's good hustle there from Meshach Debole. He brings a lot of energy to the court for the Falcons. It's Zach Bastian over now to Kewan Thomas, looking to set a play, trying to marshal the troops, looking to find Williams in the post. Williams looking to muscle in, and big basket there from Edmund Williams. And just like that, Delvin, the lead is down to 2.
And a good steal there at the end, the ball going into touch. So you could see the young legs there for the Falcons and so on. Zach Bastian and the rest of the guys, the youngsters, really coming and run and playing proper defense, Gavin. They are chopping the ball up on the top.
Well, you have to give credit to Levi Barron for making the bold adjustment. The starting 5 didn't quite have the zest that he was looking for. This one is up top and thrown down by Lopez Adams, the second alley-oop dunk of the evening.
That was very impressive, Gavin. He was way up there, Gavin.
So playing in the rafters is Lopez as another fast break opportunity for the Stingers. And this one is rejected by Zach Bastian.
And we've seen it all there tonight at the Massac in the facility. Bastian, they're playing some good defense there for the Falcon team.
So 17 on the shot clock, lots of time. As the Stingers settle in, drives in, and will pick up another foul on Debole.
And a travel violation against him.
Well, actually, I thought that was a foul. The signal traveling as Magloire will get the easy basket as the Stingers fell asleep there on transition defense. So despite the sloppy start from the Falcons, they've found themselves back into the game. They're only down by 2. As Birmingham runs into a brick wall, was a signal from the officials.
A timeout there called by the team, Gavin?
No, by the Falcons, actually. Not too sure as to why Levi Barrow would have called a timeout at this point in time. His team in the ascendancy. having the Wadadli team under a little bit of pressure.
Keeping close the Falcons, because one time I saw they were up by about a 10, Gavin, so that's good to see that the Falcons team keep it very close. And Jackson staying on most of that quarter so far. Jackson is out. So Gavin, can you imagine the two guys, Jackson and Lopez, coming there to play at the same time?
Well, that probably might not be the best game plan, because remember, the Falcons have gone small. In going small, they've gone quicker. The bigger the guys on the other end, the slower they are. So the coach for the Wadadli team, that's Byron Andrews, has to sort of manage, you know, the person on his court. He can opt to go big, yes, but he may also be at a disadvantage, especially with the Falcons playing the full court press.
Oh yes, and the Falcons have a very young team on the court there, Gavin.
Again, another lob attempt, unable to convert as Debole pushes. Zach pops the three. Magloire with the rebound, and as stolen. Here comes the Stingers the other way, and a good challenge there from Bastian. But again, the Stingers able to get the second chance opportunity.
Nice defense there by the Falcons.
Good defense. And here comes Bastian the other way. He has Roddy who pops the three, and just off the front end of the rim. That looked like a travel, but not called. Jumper a bit short, but again, the Stingers seem to be getting every loose ball, but this one looks like an and one, not called, but strong basket. Strong basketball from Zach Bastian, absorbing the contact.
Game tied, 23 all. Nice move by Bastian.
Not sure how the officials missed that one. Bastian was clearly bumped. But
Gavin, he keep his cool, Gavin, and
Yeah.
he still scored.
That's what I was about to say. He held his composure and was able to score. So the scores are leveled, and the Falcons will be quite happy with the turn of events. As you see, Zach Bastian getting a rest. In comes Kaifa Francis and JV Bellot. So Kiwan Thomas getting a rest as well. 6 minutes to go in the first half.
Very appreciative crowd at the Masak indoor facility, Gavin.
Crowd in the numbers as number 46, just Javante Daly with 2 free throws, makes the first. You can see Alexis Jackson is back in the game. Shaheen Omari also in the game for the Stingers, as Daly makes both free throws. So Kaifa Francis hasn't really gotten into the game yet. He's one of the sharpest shooters in Dominica's. I thought he was going to put me right on cue, making that three-pointer, but he misses. And commits the foul. So wait the signal from the referee. Blocking foul.
Number 46 again, going to the hoop, challenging the defense of the Falcon team.
So Daly to the line for 2. Misses the first. Javante Daly representing the Wadadli Elite Stingers. Makes the second, as we have quite a festive atmosphere here, Delvin.
Oh,
we can
yes.
hear the conch shells, we can hear the drums as well. Sky for Francis trying to direct traffic. Debole with the Euro step, tosses it up, can't get the layup to go in, and Here comes the Stingers again. Good crossover there, and actually no, he called a carry
by the official on the far side. And we see the return of Jacob Barry.
Jacob Barry has to be careful. He has 2 fouls. Can't afford to get a third now in the first half. It's not the NBA where you have the luxury of 6 fouls. It's 5 fouls and you're on the bench for the rest of the proceedings. It's another turnover there. Daly takes it strong to the hoop. Bit too heavy on the layup. Here come the Falcons. Edmund Williams and gets the basket. So Williams able to use his body and shield himself. We'll think about the 3 in and out, and again another opportunity for the Stingers. Another one again, another offensive rebound. And that will be a reaching foul there on 38. That's Dominic Anthony.
A very fast-paced game, Gavin. Up and down, Gavin, and both teams looking to run.
Well, the fast-paced game favors the Falcons. I can tell you that for sure. You can see the Stingers again with a sizable height advantage. That one is deflected out. It'll be Falcons basketball is 6 seconds to go on the shot clock. Not too sure if the Falcons are aware, but bailout for 3. Bang! In it goes. And the Falcons have taken the lead, Delvin.
Yes, the Falcons have taken the lead. That 3-pointer from J.B. Bailout. And you can hear the crowd calling defense, Gavin.
Well, Debule has done quite well defensively, and Kiefer Francis comes up with the block.
And the ball is inbound, looking for inbound pass. Here's the 5 number. We have a shot, wild shot misses, and the ball goes into touch for a ball belonging to the Wadadli team from Antigua. They are down by 2, 28-26 in favor of the Falcons from Dominica. Jackson receiving the ball.
3 seconds on the shot clock. He has to put it up. I'm not too sure if they are aware of it. And was he bailed out? No, it's a shot clock violation. I thought for a moment that they were going to call a reaching foul, but good defense there from the Falcons. 24-second violation, forcing the turnover.
Yes, a very good defense by the Falcon team. They were pressing the ball, Gavin, and they were switching play.
Well, that's a bad pass. That was uncalled for from Debule. Just gifting the ball back to the Stingers. As the Bennett comes up with the loose ball. Williams looking to take it strong to the basket, using the rim for protection, unable to get the reverse layup. Here come the Stingers the other way again. Jacob Barry with the good defense, especially with the 2 fouls. And Williams is just a little bit flat-footed there as Barry was trying to push the ball.
And up and down the court, Gavin, and still up by 2, the Falcons team.
So taking it strong to Jacob Barry, that's good, sensible basketball. The attacker aware that Jacob Barry has 2 fouls, he will not be able to contest, and took it straight to him.
28-28.
So Debule for 3. Bit of a rush shot there. Like we were saying, Delvin, the Falcons have to play some sensible basketball. As you can see, every missed jump shot turns into a fast break on the other end.
And they're really running the court, Gavin, and Debule, it wasn't a bad shot. He had a clear shot, Gavin. But in the end, that's all. Nobody really playing defense, Gavin, had to hold back for him because he just shooting a 3-pointer. So it's difficult for him to run back in defense as he's been substituted and Kevin Thomas coming back in.
Well, that's part of Rule 101 in basketball, Delvin. When you shoot a jump shot, if you're the shooter, you have to start tracking back on defense. You along with the guard. So Debole had to run back on defense. He couldn't be caught ball watching, hoping for an offensive rebound.
That's true, Gavin, but yes, we're in the corner, Gavin said, well, it's here to pick up right away, but maybe the person that was playing up front and so maybe could cover up for him and stop the ball. Very appreciative crowd. You hear the noise at Masak Indoor Facility. Basket Boone scored by the Wadadli team, 29-28. Jacob Barry for a long pass across to Yannick Regis. Regis across there to Keon Thomas.
But Keon Thomas just hasn't been able to assert himself into this game yet, Delvin. He's the league MVP. He's the leading scorer for the Falcons. But like I said at the start, it looks like the Stingers have done their homework because Keon Thomas has been making a name for himself on the regional basketball scene. He was named the MVP in an Invitational St. Lucia tournament. He's also named MVP there was a Kreyol basketball tournament a few months ago where he did quite well. So the teams would have scouted him and they would realize that he's the danger man. So a foul, loose ball foul, looks like it'll be ball on the side. I think the next foul might put the Falcons into the bonus. There's Keon again, and again double team. Puts up the shot and gets one to go in, and you can see how relieved he is to get that basket to go down, Delvin.
Yes, Gavin.
So the Falcons leading by one, just over 2 minutes to go. 10 seconds on the shot clock. It's a three-point attempt and it's connected.
Good play there, going down to Jackson down low, and the double team came and Jackson kicked it back out.
Sensible basketball from the Stingers team. And again, you can see they're picking up Keon Thomas from the moment he crosses the half. The Falcons just have not been able to adjust as Kaifa looks to answer that three-pointer, but misses. A jump shot there and converts on the mid-range jumper.
1 minute 28 seconds to go in the first half, Gavin. 33-30.
And we can see again Keon Thomas being forced to work hard. 3-on-1 opportunity. And again, transition defense letting the Falcons down. And yes, we can see Kaifa Francis very frustrated there. The Falcons are just not getting back on defense. Bellot for three. That one's way off. Keon Thomas gets the rebound. And again, another fast break opportunity. I believe that might be double dribble.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Ref is on top of the situation in that call.
Right, so it's the Falcons down by 5, 35-30. Kaifa Francis drives it strong. And it's called a charging foul. I want to have another look at that. Let's see if we can have another look. Did the defender get himself set outside of the circle? Let's just have a quick look. A bit close, Delvin.
Very close, Gavin.
I'm not too sure if the defender's feet were set.
Yeah, very close, Gavin. Very close call, Gavin.
So a chance for the Stingers to get a 2-for-1. 28 seconds on the game clock, 12 seconds on the shot clock. A strong basket there from Jackson. And now the Falcons will get a chance to hold for the final shot of the half.
Well, Jacob Barry can take that shot, but he said to go all the way.
Well, I'm not too sure if they're aware of the clock, and what should have been a one possession turned into another opportunity for the Stingers, but that brings us to the end of the quarter. And at the end of the quarter, it's the Wadadli Elite Stingers 37 and the Dominican champions, the Dr. Daru Christian Sports Club Falcons 30.
Yes, Gavin, and he wasn't aware of the clock, Gavin. And you realize that he was just driving it because he could have passed the ball very early. And in the end, but very good for Dominica because he did not get a shot because it was a 3-and-1, and the defender that was there was Jacob Barry, and he has 2 fouls already, Gavin, so he would not foul.
Well, a chance for Levi Barrel and the Falcons to regroup. They had a strong start to the second quarter. Things got away from them in the final 2 minutes. It's always important that you're able to close the quarter strong, and the Falcons were not able to do so. The lead has gone back up to 7, and let's see how the two teams will come out in the second half. Definitely going to take a break, and we'll be back with the second half action right after this.
Welcome back to the indoor facility in Massac. You see the second half of commence, and we can see Jackson going down low back and a turnover there. But the ball goes into touch, could not handle by Carver Francis. Gavin, second half in action.
Well, second half underway here at the Massac indoor facility. As the Falcons are looking to erase that 7-point deficit, pick up a win in the opening match of this Kreyol basketball championship. Second game tonight, we're going to have the Detroit Blazers. They're going to be coming up against the Soufriere Kings from St. Lucia. And is rejected by Alexis Jackson. So he's been patrolling the paint, and we've really been doing a good job, Delvin.
Oh yes, and if he's height there, matter of fact, he can just stand up and touch the rim, Gavin. A lot of height there by Jackson.
Key one for three and an air ball. So the shooting struggles for the Falcons have continued. From my count, I think they've made just one three-pointer. They've probably attempted about at least 13. So shooting percentage dismal for the Falcons. Carrying violation there on Javante Daly. That's maybe the third time for the evening that he's been called for carrying.
Kewan Thomas with the ball up front across to Edmond Williams Jr. Edmond Williams Jr. looking to penetrate. A ball go across there, I think of.
Well, it's number 33 Sky into the rafters. T-Shot Lewis with the thunderous dunk there. And again, the lead goes up to 9.
And Kewan Thomas, the dribble in there, and you can see he's properly defended there. And they have a lot of protection there. And Kewan Thomas shooting up that ball, rebound by Jackson. And a foul on Kewan Thomas. On Jackson, slowing down the game, Gavin, a foul for the team.
Well, the fast break opportunity was indeed on, but again, Delvin, and we've been saying it from the first half, Kewan Thomas, they have done their homework on him. They've been picking him up from the time he crosses the half court. And the Falcons have not adjusted so far. We've played 20 minutes, 22 minutes of basketball, and they have not found a way to create open opportunities for Kewan Thomas.
He misses the layup.
Wide open layup. It was Christmas in August. The way that the lane opened up for him there, they should have done a lot better than that. So we can see that the Stingers, they have just the extra energy. They have the extra step. They're winning the 50-50 balls. And if the Falcons are not careful, they will be run out of the gym here at the Massac indoor facility.
The ball belongs to the Falcons team. Misses.
And again, Jackson comes away with the rebound, pushing the ball up front. Good boxing out there. JV Bella gets the rebound. So Calder Falcons cut into the lead.
And they're playing defense there, and Jimmy across there stolen, and the ball back to and Gavin.
Oh, good strong move there from Edmond Williams. Adjusted his body and was able to draw the contact there from Jackson. Jackson wasn't happy with the call. But
not at all, Gavin. You can see it on the replay. Not at all. Jackson wasn't happy with that call.
But it will be Edmond Williams to the line for 2 free throws.
And you could see Edmond Williams not really going up, Gavin, with a lot of confidence whatsoever.
Well, it's very tough to go up with confidence when you have that rim protector in Jackson patrolling the paint like that.
With that type of height, Gavin.
That type of height. So you have to try to make the necessary adjustments.
He remind me of Ashraf Daniel.
Williams makes the second, so Falcons with their first points of the quarter. finds Jackson in the post, cutting basket there. Good basketball. So we saw there that Tishon Lewis made a hard cut to the basket off the weak side. And with all the attention on Jackson, Jackson was able to find the open man. Kiwan drives strong and absorbs the contact, gets the basket. So we can see the Falcons making a quick adjustment. They've made Jacob Barry the primary ball handler, and they're now trying to play Kiwan off the ball and try to get him some easy looks. Deflected out there, the good defense from the Falcons. 9 seconds on the shot clock for the Stingers.
Nobody marking that man, Gavin, and there's a attempted three-pointer. He misses.
But they're lucky to get away with that. That's the Falcons' poor defense. This player had acres of time. Wide open three-point attempt. Jacob Barry misses. Good hustle defense there from Barry. Making up for his turnover. And he's won the ball back for the Falcons.
Yeah, and the player there was running in, Gavin, the player there for the Wadadli number 38, and he could have easily taken an easy layup and thing, but he was just rushing in.
So it looks like we're going to have a timeout, is it, taken by the Falcons?
Yes, a timeout taken by Levi Barron. The Falcons 33, Wadadli 41, Gavin, and you can see Kiwan Thomas going very hard to the hoop.
And that's the sort of play that the Falcons are going to have to try to utilize. Having Kiwan Thomas as the primary ball handler is not working tonight. You have to get another point guard in, another handler in, and try to play Kiwan off the ball. So we saw that play there a short while ago. Kiwan came up to the top of the key and was able to turn and get an easy drive in.
Yes, and Jacob Barry was the one handling the ball. So you could see Jacob Barry giving him that ball. So Jacob Barry needs to handle the ball up on top of the key, Gavin, and look for the players caught in.
So 41 to 33, 6 minutes 43 seconds, 6 minutes 34 seconds, sorry, left in the third quarter. As we can see, Jacob Barry will be bringing up the ball. Jacob Barry would have had a long stint in the United States. That pass just off the mark. And good hustle defense, able to force a turnover, and Bella gets easy two points. Jacob sort of altered that shot there, still with the Stingers. A three-pointer, and thought that one was in and out. And it's a Kiwan Thomas now looking to push. But again, the Stingers back with numbers. That should have been a reaching foul, not given. And Tishon Lewis with the easy layup.
And they're pressing the ball.
The lead is back up to 8. So Kiwan sets the screen. Bellot looking to drive, steps back. That one is short. And here come the Stingers again. That's a blocking foul, so that'll be a foul on Javonte Daly.
And we hear you cry for defense. We're not sure who are the spectators crying for defense.
So 8-point lead for the Stingers from Wadadli, Antigua. Kiwan Thomas heads down. A traveling signal by referee Udi John, but he looked like he was bumped on the play. Delvin, I think referees might have missed that foul.
I think it was a fair call, Gavin, to me, because he had nowhere to go, Gavin, and he was actually and Edmond picking up a loose ball foul, Gavin. I think that was a cheap foul, very cheap foul, as a matter of fact, and they might be in foul trouble very early in the fourth quarter, Gavin.
And a foul off the ball, so a foolish foul again to commit.
And the two youngsters coming in, Zaz Bastia and the other guy, Zach, and
yeah, Meshach Debouli. They were real sparks off the bench in the first half, so let's see if they can bring that same sort of energy again for the Falcons. It's a wide open three-pointer there. Misses. Gets his own rebound. So the rebounding from the Falcons has been real poor tonight. Another wide open opportunity. And he punishes them this time. So the Falcons are being out-rebounded, Delvin. They're being out-hustled. Zach with the contested shot. Poor shot there, ill-advised.
They have to play defense.
And here come the Stingers again. And that's definitely a traveling. Ball being turned over, so lead up to 11 now. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter.
And we have seen quite a number of traveling, Gavin, tonight.
That's a call that it's called often in Dominica, I can tell you that. Jacob Barry. It's a crossover and good smart thinking there from Debouli. I believe he may have gotten a touch of Jackson, but Barry is down. Jacob Barry is down for the Falcons. And he seems to be in some pain.
Yes, and Jackson coming down on him, and Jackson's not a light fella, Gavin. With that type of height and that type of size and so on, I think Jacob Barry is in tremendous pain there, Gavin.
Yeah, from the looks of it, just my rough estimate, I would say Alexis Jackson about a 6'9", possibly 230, 240 pounds.
And you could see Jacob Barry on the ground, and you could feel like it's a heavy weight that fall on him, Gavin.
Well, he hasn't gotten up yet. He's down for the count. Can just have a look at the rebound there again. So, yes, came down on his shoulder, head area, the upper body extremities for sure.
It looked like a tribute, Gavin. A matter of fact, that Ting was holding his ball, his position, and Barry went into him and he brought him down one time because of his height. He came down very easily.
Well, they're going through the concussion protocols with Jacob Barry right now, so he's obviously going to be taken out of the game for a while. Good to see that he's back up on his feet. You can hear the applause from the crowd.
And Gavin, Jacob Barry is yet to get into the game because Barry is supposed to be a very explosive player.
Well, he's not the only Falcon that's yet to get into the game. And with just 35 points on the board, if, 3 minutes left in the third quarter, you can see that the Falcons are really struggling offensively. Kewan Thomas double teamed, and he's going to lose that ball. And it's turning into another fast break for the Stingers. Another second chance opportunity. The Stingers really winning that offensive rebound battle, and they're turning it into second chance points.
48-35, and they're really running away now, the Stingers team from Antigua.
But the Falcons have just managed 5 points so far in the quarter. Just 5 points, Delvin. You're not going to win basketball games if you're only able to score 5 points after 7 minutes of play.
You're quite right on that, Gavin, and they'll be playing some very tough defense and nothing inside there, Gavin.
I believe he's trapped. Was going to be the signal from the official foul. There's a reaching foul on one of the Falcons.
And it might just been bonus because the Falcons have been fouling a lot, Gavin, in the fourth quarter.
Well, no, I think maybe that was probably their last foul to give. So this is a DBS Radio. We're live here at the Kreyol Basketball Championships. 8-second violation. Good hustle defense there from Yannick Regis and forcing the turnover.
Yes, a real hustle play there by Yannick, but the thing is that they want to good defense, Gavin, but they think that they need to score. If you do not score, you won't win basketball game, and they need to score. They need to get the offense going.
So it's Meshach over to Bellot. Kewan Thomas with another strong drive. So that's the second time that we've seen this play where Kewan will come up to the top of the key, look to get the ball, and then turn and try to drive in. Good hands from Thomas forces the turnover. But Bellot with the ill-advised pass. And that's a foul on Kewan Thomas. And it will send Elijah Savory to the line for 2.
And I thought it was a good steal there by him, but he just threw it away back to the Wadadli team. And you can hear the atmosphere at the Masak in the facility. Very noisy atmosphere, Gavin.
Very noisy, and it's going to get louder. But the second game tonight is going to be the Blazers. Detroit Blazers coming up against the Soufriere Kings. It's already 10 minutes to 10. We still have another quarter to go, so looks like the second game will start somewhere in the region 10:30, close to 11. So we'll definitely be burning the midnight oil tonight. Looks like we'll probably be heading home after 1.
It looks so, Gavin, because as you know, there was an opening ceremony.
As Savory misses the first free throw. So it's going to be a very long night here at the Masak Indoor Facility. I believe too that was also compounded by the late start due to the extra long opening ceremony, Delvin.
Very long opening ceremony, Gavin.
Went on for an hour, for almost an hour, for a number of speeches. And I think that's something that we have to move past. These sort of opening ceremonies with 5, 6, 7 speeches, and everyone wants to speak for 3, 4, 5 minutes. I mean, that's not how it's done on the big stage. You know, you want to have an opening ceremony, you have a media lunch the day before. You invite the media and you speak for as long as you want. But on game day, you don't have the players standing up for an hour plus.
Yes, it was very difficult for some of the players.
Listening to speeches. We have to do better than that. I mean, come on.
Well, it's a very long time we have on the tournament, Gavin, so.
That's besides the point, Delvin. When you look at the NBA, the first game of the NBA, you're not bored with speeches from Adam Silva and others. As Alexis gets this one, they're unable to convert, and the Falcons will look to push. And Savory will come up with the steal. And Bastian gets the rebound. Yannick Regis now pushing the ball for the Falcons. Kewan will pop a 3. Misses. And just like that, the missed 3-pointers turned into a fast break, and it will be Debuli guilty of the foul. And it will send Dante Tremingham to the line for 2 free throws.
And if you realize, Gavin, it was only 4-2, Gavin. The defenders for the Falcons were way up, Gavin. They need to run back on defense.
Well, the Stingers are playing just a little bit faster than the Falcons, and they've been doing so throughout the entire game. And the Falcons have not adjusted defensively in that when you shoot a jump shot, you need to have at least your 2 guards starting to head back to prevent the fast break. You can't be ball watching, hoping for an offensive rebound on the other end.
And that is true, and you realize that their bench, you have a very long bench, Gavin, so they can use their substitutes. They have almost about 7 players or 8 players on the bench, Gavin, that they can use. The Falcons only have 4.
Well, it's a tough night for the Falcons without their big man, Peter Ricketts, without their big man, Ramal Carbon, who's missed the entire season, as a matter of fact, with injury. Ramal Carbon, one of the premier big men in Dominica and I dare say in regional basketball. And surely being missed tonight. Falcons also missing Peter Ricketts, because what Peter offers them is not only a big body down low, but he can also stretch the court with his shooting abilities. So with Peter Ricketts in the game, for example, it would open up the court where Alexis Jackson, the big man, would have to step out a bit to try to defend.
And Ricketts is a very good shooter.
That's right. So the Falcons don't have that luxury tonight. Jacob Barry is a pretty decent shooter himself, but he hasn't gotten going tonight as well, and he's also been tasked with ball handling duties.
And Gavin, if you realize that Jacob Barry hadn't even taken a shot for the evening, Gavin, that just shows you, and he's a guy that can hit from all angles.
So it's going to be 2 free throws for Dante Trimingham. Delvin, I'm just wondering if Trimingham is the correct name. I know normally it's Birmingham, but I'm watching the name carefully to make sure that I'm not the one making the mistake. And it's Trimingham.
Trimingham,
it's
yes.
Trimingham.
Yes, Gavin. That's close to Birmingham.
Very close to Birmingham. The strength. Well, I'm competing with the conch shell now. But again, the rebounding woes continuing for the Falcons as the Stingers have gotten another opportunity. And Regis comes away with the rebound. Well, Kaifa was looking to go behind the back, lost it. And again, another opportunity for the Stingers. Yannick gives it to Francis, who was cherry picking, gets the easy basket, and the lead is down to 10. So the Falcons will have to see if they can. That's another good steal there from Meshach Debule. And just like that, the lead down to 8. And immediately, the Stingers have called for time.
Yes, and you can see the Stingers using their bench, trying to bring one to other players to play, but they're not up to match in terms of the quickness of the Falcon, and they turn over 2 balls, and the Falcon pick up 4 quick points, Gavin.
And just like that, Delvin, remember at the end of the second quarter, I said ending the quarter strong is very important. We saw that the Falcons dominated quarter number 2, but the last 2 minutes they were outplayed, and they found themselves down at the end of the third, at halftime. Now we're seeing a similar circumstance where the Stingers dominated the third quarter, and just like that, with 2-3 careless turnovers, the Falcons have found themselves back into the game, and they've cut the lead down to 9.
And you could see what happened there, Gavin. They had 4 guys there on one, and they could have scored an easy hoop, and you could see what they go about it, and so they miss.
So the Falcons now have to try to see how they can win some key moments. Obviously, they're not going to be able to erase that 9-point deficit with 59 seconds left on the clock.
8 points, Gavin.
Sorry, 8 points. But they want to try to see how they can cut into it as much as possible. They want to set a target. If they can get it down to 7, maybe even 5 at the end of the quarter, they will be pretty happy with themselves. So applying and a carrying violation again. So another turnover for the Stingers. And the Falcons for a chance to get some more points on the board.
A very quick call there by the official, and the team was not, they really was against that type of call, but as you know, the referee shoots, block.
Oh, and that's swatted. That's a block. That's swatted out of the air there by number 14, Lopez Adams. And again, the fast break opportunity, and it's Javonte Daly. And the lead has gone back up to 10. So Regis driving in, looking for that famous Euro step, blocking foul. And should be heading to the line for 2.
Nice move there, I thought, there by number 46. Gavin, and number 46, we can tell you is?
Yeah, Javonte Daly. He's been having a very good game, although he's been guilty of a few carrying violations. But he's sort of patrolled the game very well for the Stingers team. Well, I thought that would have been a bonus free throws. Skyfer gives it away. And able to come away with it. That brings us to the end of the quarter. End of the quarter, it's a 10-point lead for the Wadadli Elite Stingers, 51-41 after 3. And the Falcons will have some 10 minutes in the final quarter to try to erase that deficit and pull off a victory. Delvin, we want to apologize to the listeners and the viewers as well on Facebook, and I believe we're also live on the radio, for the profanity that may be coming out behind us. We are not in a what do you call it, a controlled environment here at the Massac indoor facility, and the fans are letting the Falcons know exactly how they feel about the performances so far in the game. And in the event that it comes across on the microphone, we do want to apologize for that. We can't control the environment, but we want to apologize for that.
Yes, Gavin, definitely. And Gavin, the Falcons only down by 10, so they can make a run, Gavin. But they'll have to make that one very early into the fourth quarter, Gavin, because the way that the team playing, they're really moving the ball very nicely, and they're attacking the rim.
Attacking the rim. So 51-41, Delvin, we have about a minute, a break. We'll be back with the fourth quarter action here in this opening match in the Kreyol Basketball Championship. Back here, fourth quarter action, 10 minutes for the Falcons to try to pull off a victory. As Debole takes a jump shot, misses. Yannick Regis gets a rare offensive rebound for the Falcons, puts it up and converts. So strong basketball from Yannick Regis.
And much too easy, because they're beating Yannick Regis and the rest of the guys up front, and they're going all the way, Gavin.
But you see, that's the other thing. Now the Falcons have gone small. Jacob Barry's out of the game, so no rim protection. And the Stingers are going to have a field day. There's a so jump shot there from Ronnie McGlaw. The Falcons are hoping to go small and hoping to put some pressure, high court press on the Stingers. But if the Stingers break the press, as we saw right there, there's nothing preventing them from having uncontested layups at the rim.
And you realize that, Gavin, they start back in the fourth quarter of Jackson.
Yes, so they've gone back out to the big man Jackson. was really patrolled the paint, really made life difficult for the Falcons. And of course, the point guard for the Stingers, that's Javante Daly, having a pretty good game himself as well.
I thought the guy was going up towards the basket because, and they say ball on side, Gavin. I thought it was 2 shots.
Yeah, it looked like he was attempting a layup, unless the foul was on the ground. 6 seconds left on the shot clock. Birmingham looked like a travel, but there was a foul on the ground. Let's see who's going to be charged with. It's number 7, so that's a foul on McGlaw, Ronnie McGlaw. That's the third foul or second foul for the quarter?
Second foul.
And we still haven't gone 2 minutes into the quarter, so Falcons have to be very careful. You don't want to get into the bonus too early and give the Falcons easy opportunity, and that's an and one. So Wayland, that's a Javante Daly with the strong drive in, gets the foul, makes the basket, and a chance for the 3-point play.
A very good move there by Daly, and then attacking the rim, Gavin, and finding the basket, and you can see it was a lovely bit of basketball there played by Daly. 55-45, up by 10. The Antigua team, the Wadadli team. And that team will be very difficult to beat, Gavin, in the competition.
Misses, and it's rebounded by Deboulé. And Daly gets a hand onto it. So, Delvin, the Falcons, they're going to need to score. They're also going to need stops. They can't be trading baskets. If they're going to trade baskets, it's going to be an easy victory for the Antiguan team.
And they haven't got Kean Thomas on the court.
So I'm not too sure as to where they're going to be getting the offense from. As Akiwa looks to, well, that's a Kaifer was looking to beat the shot clock there, but an air ball. And the crowd are letting him have it behind us. Let's hope for God's sake that their color commentary is not coming through on the microphones.
Yes, Gavin.
But here's a ball done with Jackson, finds the open man in the jump shot, and again, a good connection, in and out play, and the lead's gone up to 12.
And pretty basketball they played.
And another turnover for the Falcons. So I'm not sure as to at one point in time would Levi Barron look to see how he can salvage something from this game, maybe try out the bench, try to see who can maybe give him a little extra boost as he heads into the next game, as Jackson is having a meal down low.
Too easy for Jackson. Gavin, a little too easy for Jackson.
And the Kaifer Francis finds Bastian, the contested free, but makes it. So it's a Daly with the turnover. Regis pushes forward to Bastian. Bastian concords his body, gets his rebound. Bastian for free. That will be short, air ball, and it's going to be the Stingers pushing the ball forward. Another fast break opportunity. 3-on-2, good find down low, and easy breezy. Stingers have gone past 60.
61-48.
Strong to the hole. Should have been a blocking foul, not given, but Bastian with the basket again. Lead is 11. There's still a lot of time, but the Falcons will need some stops, and they're not getting the stops, as it's Terminam with the basket. As Bastian with the step back free. Air ball again. Finds Kiefer Francis. He puts up a 3 and another air ball. A nightmare game continuing for Kiefer Francis. And that should have been an easy layup, should have been converted. As Yannick Regis cherry picking, misses. And was he bailed out for foul? Yes, late whistle there. Yannick would head to the line for 2.
Yes, Gavin. As a matter of fact, Gavin, he played that ball up. I surprised the referee called a foul there because he actually he had all the time in the world, Gavin, and he had a bad layup, you call that, and in the end, a late call. You call that well, Gavin, and a late call by the official. What is the official call?
Delvin, I can tell you as an official, I wouldn't call it. You want to know why? Because Yannick should have made that basket.
Easy.
He had ample time.
And he missed the free throw.
And he misses the free throw.
So things that is not good at all for Yannick. Will have to try to score a free throw. Pressure on the team, but guys like Kean Thomas yet to come back into the game, Gavin. Yannick missed it.
Barry with the strong rebound, misses as well. Gets another opportunity and this time converts. And a made basket turns into a fast break. So that's something that the Falcons are going to have to work on the next game. Their transition defense. You cannot have made baskets and rebounds, defensive rebounds, just being turned into fast break opportunities at every point in time, Delvin.
Yeah, and that ball was played halfway through the court, Gavin, and 2 guys on one, and it was just an easy sailing towards the hoop. So they need to stop the ball. They need to prevent the guy from breaking the ball, Gavin. You pressure the ball early.
So it sends a Dante Terminamba back to the line. Misses the first. Kreyol Basketball Championships here in Dominica, being held in Dominica for the first time. A number of partners have come on board to make this tournament a reality. Express the Zeal. You're looking at the DA Sports Vibes, Kreyol Heartbeat, DBS Radio as well. Jacob Barry for free. Air ball. Devin will have to check the stats, but I believe that the Falcons have made at most 3 3-pointers tonight.
Yes, and a number of air balls, Gavin.
And they've attempted at least 20.
Yes, Gavin.
So 3 for 20, and I'm being generous because I think it's more than 20. And if my math serves me right, that's 15% from the 3-point line, or from 3-point range. As Jackson gets that one down low, and he'll head to the line for 2. Good position in there on Jacob Barry. Sealed him off, and Barry was lucky that Jackson was not able to make the easy basket down low.
Yes, and you could see the height advantage of Jackson there. Really easy going down low, Gavin.
So Jackson misses the first. If you were to give a player of the game, who would you give it to tonight?
Well, number 26 was very impressive and on the point guard for his team, and also Jackson had a very good game. But number 26, Gavin.
Number 46.
That's
46. Javonte Daly, yeah.
Yes.
I think I would give it to Alexis Jackson. Not just for what he was able to do offensively, but defensively as well. Altered a number of shots and made life really difficult for the Falcons team. Yes, Javonte Daly had a pretty good game on top as well. But I think Jackson set the tone early. And you notice that when he went out in the second quarter, the Falcons went on a run. So
yes.
I think Jackson was key to the victory tonight for the Stingers team.
Number 33.
Well, we're saying victory for the Stingers. They're up by 12, just about 5 minutes to go. That's still a lot of time in basketball, but the way the Falcons have been playing, I'm not sure if they can erase that 12-point deficit with 5 minutes to go.
They have to make a run.
Williams is a little bit out of control, but Moses gets his rebound, gets the basket, and an opportunity for a three-point play.
A big move there by Edmund Williams and so on. Getting his rebound and putting it back in. And a three-point play.
Remember at the start of the broadcast I said Edmund Williams reminds me of Zion Williamson. That's the NBA player there from the New Orleans Pelicans. You can look at their build. Same build, very strong. Misses the free throw. And again it's Jackson who comes away with the rebound. And he's bringing the ball down with a good turnaround behind the back pass. A strong drive there and good challenge it is from Deboulé, who's had a very good game for the Falcons as well. Here comes Barry going the other way, pulls up for the jump shot and makes it. And we have a game on our hands again, Delvin.
Yeah, 64-56. And you can 4.39 seconds to go. 4 minutes and 36 seconds to go.
So the Falcons, do they have one last push in them? Jackson backs down, he's double team. Finds the open man. Stingers looking to swing the ball. That's a bad shot there, and Barry comes away with the rebound. A chance to cut ball into the lead. Barry with the Euro step. Finds Kaifa Francis for free. Misses. Deboulé with the rebound. Williams again, strong, a lot of contact, no foul. Gets his rebound, misses. And that was a golden opportunity, Delvin.
Yes, a golden opportunity for the Falcons to break it down.
That should have been travel, not call. And ball's out. I believe it's going to be, yes, Falcons basketball. So Falcons down by 8. 3 minutes, 43 seconds left in the fourth quarter. We have a timeout. So we have a timeout. Delvin, we'll be back. It's the Falcons down by 8, looking to see if they can pull off a win here. And the Stingers looking to hold on.
Welcome back to the indoor facility. Falcons down by, and you can see the dribbling ball and Kaiva Francis up front there, really putting the pressure. Deboulé across there to Kian Thomas. Thomas looking to find Deboulé across to Kaiva Francis. Let's see Francis drive. An offensive foul on Kaiva Francis there, called by Yudi John and Francis.
Well, I'm not too sure if that was an offensive foul. I'm not too sure. The defenders look to be moving. If it was called an offensive, maybe it was for the dip in the shoulder there. Questionable call though, Delvin.
Yes, a questionable call. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Don't forget the next match on Blazers. Detroit Blazers versus the St. Lucia Kings.
And Coach Levi Barron making a wise move, taking Kaifa Francis out of the game. He's really been struggling tonight. Tonight has not been his game. And he's brought back in Zach Bastian. But it's Alexis Jackson showing off his mid-range game. And right, just like that, the lead has got back up to 10.
And they're pressuring the ball, they're pressuring the man, they're looking him a free shot. And that's off, clearly off.
But the Falcons have insisted in hoisting up the threes. Oh, lovely move there, an acrobatic move there from the number 38, Dominic Anthony. And that could be the nail in the coffin, Delvin.
A lovely move there by Anthony.
So Jacob Barry, a lot of one-on-one basketball. Falcons have not been really moving the ball. That's another fast break for the Stingers. Throws it up, touches it up, misses the layup, but it's Alexis again with the offensive rebound.
That tall man.
Jackson punishing the Dr. Darrell Priestley Sports Club Falcons. And the lead, which was 8 points a short while ago, has ballooned back up to 14. And this could be all she wrote here tonight for the Falcons.
And Gavin, all of a sudden, and so the lead does move up, and so you can see the Wadadli team running the court there very quickly, because the Falcons not playing this type of defense they have to play, Gavin, and in the end paying the price.
So the Falcons will go down in this first game. You can see the shoulders are down. I know guys like Zach Bastian and Meshach Debuli, youngsters there for the Falcons, they hate being on the losing end, but it's all part of the process. The Stingers definitely were the better team tonight. The Falcons would have to head back to the drawing board. They would have seen their shortcomings.
And Jackson have the range, Gavin. You realize he had a shot jumper a while ago there. And on the free throw line, very solid on the free throw line is Jackson.
Jackson looks to be setting the tone in terms of the run-ins for the MVP for the tournament in the very first game.
Less than 2 minutes to play.
Williams drives strong and will head to the line for 2.
And Williams was really been a positive game, driving to the hoop, but miss a number of easy hoop driving in, Gavin. And you know what Edmund Williams usually go in there, usually score his hoops.
Yeah, it's not been easy night for Edmund Williams as well. Obviously not used to being defended by guys so tall. You know, normally in the national leagues we maybe have 1 or 2 big men in the entire league.
1 or 2 big men, Gavin, you said it right. So he had his field day, but tonight and so you could see going up there, and not the level of confidence he have going up against those tall defenders there, Gavin. Pierre and the rest of the guys there, Jackson, they're very solid, and they have jumping ability.
Zach Bastian gets it, misses, and here comes the Stingers again. 1 minute and 50 on the clock, and pulls up, nails the jumper. That's Javonte Daly. And a 1-2 punch. That's the Wadadli Elite Stingers, Javonte Daly and Alexis Jackson really dominating the game here tonight. So Kewan Thomas, shell of himself this evening. It's Williams draws the contact and will head to the line for 2 more free throws.
And number 6, Kreyol, Gavin, if you think that he had position, not moving his hands up.
Well, it was a good basketball play from Williams. Like I said, he maneuvered himself and was putting himself in a position to draw the contact.
He'll have to score his free throws, Gavin.
He can score them if he wants. There's no way that the Falcons are going to be coming back to win the game. But I'm guessing for confidence-wise and maybe to get some points under your name. Because pretty much this is garbage time in this encounter. It's a free throw, so 73 to 57. dying stages of this encounter. Oh, that should have been a travel, but not called. Here comes the Falcons the other way. Kewan Thomas pushing, looks to draw the three, or the foul I should say, draws the foul, and will head to the line for three throws.
Yes, Gavin, Kewan Thomas really initiating that contact, and in the we get the opportunity with the stop clock, with the stop clock, stop Gavin, so he has 3 attempts.
Yeah, but I think deficit is too big to try to erase a 16-point deficit in 1 minute and 15 seconds. That's a very tall order.
Very tall order.
I know in the NBA teams have scored 8 points in 20 seconds when you go back to the days of Reggie Miller against the New York Knicks. But that's not going to happen tonight.
Not tonight for sure, Gavin. Scored the second one and he has one more. 73-59 in favor of the Wadadli team from Antigua.
And makes the second his third free throw. So converts on all 3. 13-point lead. Minute and 11 seconds to go in the match. And gain another offensive rebound for the Stingers. So the Stingers have taken advantage of the extra possessions. And they're sitting comfortably for 13-point lead as we head into the final 50 seconds of this first match in the Kreyol basketball championship. So it's going to be the Dominican champions, the Dr. Darrow Christian Sports Club Falcons, going down.
And you can see they were already running for that breakaway dunk. Gavin, and the referee, the John, was calling back. He hold his hand, Gavin.
Actually, he called a foul on, let's see if we can clarify it. There's a foul on the Falcons. No. Devin, sometimes as officials, you're taught to maybe play what you call advantage.
That could be done.
And especially given the context of the game, 40 seconds ago, Kewan Thomas was not making a deliberate attempt to foul the player. Actually, no, they've called it the other way around.
I just think that John, I just think that John not having a better game tonight at all, Gavin. I can say that openly, and so he called earlier on, and so you could see his call, Gavin, not confident about the call at all, and I think he had that call opposite, Gavin.
So actually, now the foul was called on the defensive player.
Yes, it seems so, Gavin, because he held back the guy, and I just find that was a very strange call. But as you know, that basketball, the officials in charge. But I think John had to concentrate a little more on the game, Gavin, and pay more attention at the game.
Well, Kewan makes the second, so 73-61. The final right in this game just being delayed. Alley-oop attempt. Oh, and was looking for it. Shifted the rim. I think maybe he might get a technical foul for that, for hanging on the rim.
There's a lot of height there, Gavin. He went up real high there, Gavin. And looking, I imagine there's some technical, Gavin.
Well, the uprights have been shifted, and we will have a little bit of a delay while they look to reposition the rims. So 73-61 as the maintenance crew trying to reposition the rim. The second game tonight, Delvin, we have the Detroit Blazers. They're the former champions, but they're the one game away from winning the national championship. They'll be taking on the Soufriere Kings from St. Lucia. I'm wondering what the level of fitness will be like for the Blazers tonight. They played last night, game 3 of the national championships. They went down to the Peebush Eagles. It was a hard-fought game. Came down to the last possession or two. And now a quick turnaround to play the champions from St. Lucia.
And Gavin, I really thought that was going to be a technical foul hanging on the rim.
So into the final seconds here. This first matchup. And that pretty much signifies how the night has gone for the Falcons. Sloppy basketball in the end. 20 seconds to go. Will the Stingers hold out and dribble out the clock? You can see that the Falcons are quite prepared to let them have the ball. Player gets easy too. So 75-63. We're into the final 4 seconds of the game. Barry pops the 3. Barry misses the 3. And that's the end of the game. It's 75-63. Victory for the Wadadli Elite Stingers out of Antigua. They've gotten the better of the Dr. Daru Christian Sports Club Falcons. Definitely going to have a quick break and then we'll see if we can get a word from the respective coaches. going to be the Detroit Blazers. They're coming up against the Soufriere Kings out of St. Lucia. Let's introduce the match officials for tonight. We have Nicholas, Augustus, Juliana Jr., and Yudi John. Now we will start with the visiting team out of St. Lucia, the Soufriere Kings, and their starting lineup for tonight. Wearing number 5, the Clayton Williams. Number 7, Sydney Didier. Number 11, Kumani Charles. Number 13, Lindsay Alton. And number 32, JC Santos. Now for your hometown, Massac, Detroit Blazers. Number 11, Tom Robinson. Wearing number Lester Waka Lade. He's wearing number 7, Maxwell. Number 12, Jamin Joseph. And wearing number 5 is one of the best basketballers ever to come from the village of Massac, Mas Felix.
Welcome back to the arena in Massac. And Gavin just announcing the team there. Pretty fit, Gavin. I realize Gavin seems to be a guy that's pretty fit. And we're just hoping that we can have a good second game. Dominica can pull through, the Blazers team can pull through against the St. Lucian counterpart. And we are the Blazers versus the Soufriere Kings from St. Lucia. And we have the officials tonight, Yudi John, together with the rest of the total officials. We'll give you that very shortly. Game 2 of the Kreyol basketball competition in Dominica. And wherever you are viewing and listening to DBS, we hope that you can enjoy the broadcast. As I say, welcome back to you, Gavin.
Thank you very much, Delvin. In for a big game here tonight. Blazers and the Kings. Kings, the champion team out of St. Lucia. And it's going to be
the Kings ball.
Kings ball to get us underway. So Thomas gets the turnover over to Langley. And the referee Nicholas signaled that it's Blazers basketball. The Blazers, the #1 team this year in Dominica's basketball. Delvin, they're one game away from winning what would be another championship for them. I've lost count as to the amount of championships that the Blazers have won over the years.
Yeah, you said they're #1 team, but the finals is still on. They're leading the series 2-1. You can never tell what can happen, Gavin.
Fair enough, fair enough. You never can tell what can happen. But the momentum and the way that the Blazers have been playing this season, I think maybe they should have enough to pull off. As Lester Langley comes up short on the three-point attempt. The Kings looking to push. that was last touched by the Kings of the Wee Blazers basketball.
Yes, the Langley dribbling the ball across to Thomas Felix. Felix faked this man. Nice hands there by the St. Lucian King team. And they running fast with opportunity for a dunk.
And he misses
the dunk.
I think he went for too much power on that dunk there. Wide open opportunity. And missed it. Donnie Robinson collects his rebound, puts it up, and looks like the basket will count. So Donnie Robinson gets the Blazers onto the points board tonight, and a chance for a three-point play.
And you realize this Soufriere Kings also have height, Gavin, and Javid and the rest of the guys maybe thinking of taking the short jumper will not go inside there for sure.
Donnie Robinson, who's been playing basketball for a number of years, makes the free throw. And it's the Blazers 3, the Kings 0. I thought about the 3, good ball movement, air ball though, but Kings come away with the second chance. And this time there's the 3. That's a Clayton Williams. And the scores are level. But Felix will attempt a 3 way off there. And the Kings looking to push. And good hands there from Felix. Forces the turnover, and now the Blazers come the other way. Langley will hold things up, but Robinson will drive. Felix. And Birmingham with a good hustle. And that would be a shot clock violation. So good defense there in the end from the Kings.
Yes, and they were tracking the ball, Gavin, and they were pressuring the ball. And Gavin, it's not easy to go down low there because the Blazers realize that that's a different kind of fish in terms of height.
Well, I can tell you that the Kings may be taller, but the Blazers are very physical down low. As Sally Thomas gets the easy basket there. Donnie Robinson is a very physical guy as the Blazers have turned it over. It's a 4-on-1 fast break opportunity. And this time skies high for the easy layup is Sally Thomas. Or maybe his name could be pronounced as Saltibus. But the Blazers just a little bit scrappy right now, Delvin.
Not only scrappy, Gavin, but you realize it's not easy down low there. The type of height of the Lucians down low there, they're challenging everything, Gavin. Nice steal.
Here comes Langley again, off to Felix, and he's stuck on the backboard, pinned on the blackboard. What a block that was! And here come the Kings going the other way. I don't think Thomas Felix had any idea that that was coming. And long ball, this time Felix shields himself against the basket.
Nice basket by Thomas Felix.
Good strong basketball there from Jay-Z Saltibus. He seems to be the danger guy for this St. Lucia Kings or Soufriere Kings team so far. As Birmingham will drive in. A lot of contact, misses the layup, and the Kings get the rebound. Here they come the other way again. They're up by 4. Good, lovely pass. Good layoff there. Good teamwork basketball. And the lead has gone up to 11-5.
And no easy defense that they're having from the St. Lucia team. It's not easy tonight there because they want to go low. But the thing is that the height of the St. Lucia team, they'll have to take those long shots. They are jumping and they're taking the rebound and they're moving and they're running the court. See how fast they're running the court, Gab? Nice steal there by Thomas Felix. Leicester Lang, they will have to take that shot. You see what they're taking outside shots. They cannot go inside there, Gavin. They're afraid to go inside there, Gavin.
Well, I know Leicester and Thomas can light it up anytime from deep. The shots are not falling so far, but these guys are streaky shooters, and when they get going, you know, anything is possible.
Yes.
But it hasn't quite happened yet for the Blazers. And Delvin, normally the Blazers are a team that are normally slow out of the blocks. If you look at the games throughout the Premier League, you know, the first quarter is really not their best quarter, and it is sort of find that second gear and third gear as the game progresses. But against this sort of opposition, you can't afford for that to happen.
You better believe, Gavin, it's a different opposition altogether whatsoever. You're talking about guys came down there to play in a competition.
As we see in the Blazers making a substitution. Out is Maxwell Birmingham.
And you can hear a concentration going on there. The referees, I think it's supposed to be the Blazers' ball, but in the end, you can see the replay. I don't know if you can see the replay in terms of that the officials can use there. And there's no replay on that occasion.
Okay, Blazers basketball signaled by referee Augustus Juliana Jr. Right, so player in for the Blazers is Nathan Sebastian, number 3. He's replacing Birmingham, and immediately Sebastian gets into the action. Strong move there, and an opportunity for a three-point play.
Strong move there by Sebastian.
Delvin, the Blazers, they have a lot of firepower on the bench, so it'll be interesting to see how Coach Bernard Lee and Derry Simon and Edgar Robinson, how they utilize their bench. A lot of firepower, the likes of Linson Lynch, veteran sharpshooter. You have Kirby Nanton, who we know can light it up at any given time. There's also Dretsuan Lee. Options there for the Blazers team. And the three-point play is completed. And as I spoke of, Kirby Nanton is making his way to the scorer's table, so he'll be entering the game very soon. Good pressure defense from the Blazers. 3 seconds to go on the shot clock, and they've turned it over. And here come the Blazers pushing the other way. Felix Thomas will think about the three. He will drive in, gets bumped, and gets the basket. And the crowd is going wild here at the Massac Indoor Facility. The Blazers have cut the lead down 2-1.
Yes, a good play there by Thomas Felix there, taking the ball to the hoop, Gavin. And that's what they have to do instead of shooting the long balls.
A lot of contact down low. Referee allowing the play to continue. Kings with the rebound. They go up again. Second chance opportunity. Unable to convert. And here comes Lester Langley pushing the other way. The Blazers with an opportunity to take the lead. Robinson is looking to find Sebastian down low, but Kings got a hand onto it. Good pressure defense there from Javid Joseph, just making life a little difficult. And the Blazers with the active hands. Last touch of the Blazers is going to be Kings basketball. As we have a timeout. So when we come back, it'll be 3 minutes, 12 seconds left in the first quarter. Kings leading 11-10, and 11 seconds left on the shot clock. And immediately the Blazers getting the steal of the inbound pass. Langley on a bit behind the player there. Kings come the other way. And one opportunity. Basket is good. And you can see Javid Joseph not happy at all with the defensive effort there from the Blazers. Blazers have made some substitutions. Dretzwan Lee's into the game. Kerwin Nanton in the game as well. Out is Donnie Robinson and Felix Thomas. So the Blazers going a little bit small here. Hoping to use their speed to their advantage. There's a lot of shooting on the court for them now with Lester and Kerwin Nanton.
But the ball have to rotate a little faster, Gavin.
Here's Nanton for three. Misses, but Dretzwan gets the rebounds. Back out to Langley. Langley will drive in. Was looking to lay off for Nanton. Nanton drives in amongst the sea, but good layoff there for Sebastian. Sebastian gets his rebound. Lee gets it. Lee is fouled. And Lee will head to the line for 2 free throws.
Good rebound there by Lee. Staying inside there and fighting for the rebound.
Dretzwan Lee is was one of the standout players for the Blazers Division I basketball team, Delvin, that captured the Division I title last weekend.
Yes, Gavin. Beating the Falcons by 1 point, 67-66.
And a good young player that is able to play in the Division I and has enough talent to find a good spot in the rotation on the Premier League side. There are a few players, you know, in Dominica's basketball with these sort of capabilities. You look like Zach Bastian and Yawani Regis for the Falcons. As a breakdown in transition defense that gives an easy basket to the Kings.
And we've seen an orange flag, but we've seen the St. Lucia team is orange, so but we know it's the Blazers flag that there, where you've seen an orange and the guys are really hustling up front there.
Well, reaching foul there on Lester Langley. Devin, what I've observed so far, and I'm looking back at the first game and also the second game, the opposition from Antigua and St. Lucia, they're a lot quicker to the ball. They're playing a lot quicker than the Dominican teams. The Dominican teams sometimes are flat-footed while the ball is going past them, and things which should not be fast breaks are turning out into fast breaks because of the speed at which the opposition are moving the ball on offense and in transition.
You're quite right on that, Gavin, and they're playing, and they're very quick one come for defending also. But you have to understand that the Blazers team and Sonny Donnie and this guy not young like before, Gavin.
Well, Donnie should be what, approaching 60, Delvin? I'm just joking on that.
Yes, about approaching that.
Well, good backdoor cut there from Dretzwan Lee. Gets the easy basket, and the lead is 3 points for the Soufriere Kings. Good positioning there from Lee, and there's a foul. And that foul will go to Sidney Didier from the Soufriere Kings.
It's very good to see Gavin they organize such a tournament for the players, giving the Dominican players the opportunity to play against foreign players, Gavin. And they have been just tested tonight, Gavin.
Well, it's a good opportunity always to test yourself. As a Nanton will pop this three, a little bit off the mark there. And the Kings will come away with it. And like I said, it's turned into a fast break opportunity. And the Blazers able to survive that one. But Nanton's still not out of trouble yet. A lot of pressure in the backcourt, has to push the ball. And they're beating the 8-second trap. Here's Langley driving strong. And he was fouled from behind. await the signal from the official, but he should be shooting 2 free throws. Yes, 2. So Langley to the line for 2. Bit too strong on that effort off the back iron. And misses the second as well. Another turnover from the Soufriere Kings. Blazers basketball. It's Nanton. Bit of a wayward pass there, and that should be an easy 2 for the Kings. Sloppy basketball from the Blazers. They just gifted the Kings 2 points there. It's with Lee. Nanton up in the air, thought about it. Lee with the strong drive in, bumped, no call. And we go the other way with the Kings. Final seconds of the quarter with the hold for the final shot. 15 seconds to go. Good pressure defense there from the Blazers. 7 left on the shot clock. As the Kings look to get off a last shot. Rebounded there. We'll think about it. And that's the end of the first quarter. I'm not too sure if the Kings were aware of the amount of time they'll win. But that brings us to the end of the quarter, 17-12.
Yes, Gavin, he was not sure about it. It's because he had all the time and so on to attempt a free-pointer, Gavin, and he looked to pass the ball. And I think it was a bad decision by him. But all in all, it was a very close game. Blazers trying to get back into the game. But as you realize, you said that earlier on, the Kings seems to be a running team, Gavin.
All right, back with second quarter action here at the Massac Indoor Facility. Kreyol Basketball Championships, first ever. It's already 10 after 11, so we're going to be ending sometime tomorrow morning. And we'll be back again in the action tomorrow with 2 more games. We'll have the Guadeloupe team in action. We'll also be seeing the Taybush Eagles from Dominica in action as well. Blazers have made some changes. In is Bernard Mills, sorry. One of the top point guards in the history of Dominica's basketball. So the Blazers, they've got Felix Thomas, Sebastian, Bernard Mills, Dretsuan Lee, and Kerwin Nanton on the court.
And you realize that the Soufriere Kings playing a man-to-man defense. So they're playing man-to-man, and the nice screen was set there, but again the defense are very quick. So it's difficult to beat a very quick defense. Nice move by Nanton. Misses.
Nanton will head to the charity strike for 2 free throws. And a chance for him to open his account here tonight, get going.
A very good free throw shooter is Nanton.
Well, he's an excellent shooter overall. And you can just look at the form on his shot. That basically gives you an idea as to how prolific he is as a shooter.
Net only.
Makes the other shot as well. So that's what any shooter likes to see, the ball going into the basket. And let's see if Nanton can build on that now moving forward in the game. So we'll take the 3, misses, rebounded by Thomas. And it's with Mills. And you can see Nanton was sprinting, trying to get open on the weak side. Felix will try a 3 off the back iron. Mills, the shortest guy in the court, gets the rebound. Sebastian puts it up, and the Blazers, they've taken the lead.
They're taking the lead, or they're still long by 1, Gavin?
Well, the scores must have changed very quickly. I thought they should have been 18. Good hustle there, play, and the Blazers have forced another turnover. Mills looking to push down court. Felix drives and he's fouled, and he will head to the line for 2. And well, Clayton Williams wasn't too happy with that call. He said straight, but I think the replay will clearly show that there was some contact on the arm.
Gavin, I'm very surprised. To me, there was no contact at all. But as you know, the referee may be seeing something different. We need to see the replay so we can. 2 shots for Thomas Felix.
Thomas always has a name that confuses me a bit. It's Felix Thomas. A lot of people say Thomas Felix. There is a Thomas Felix. Who's the chairman of the housing board's loan.
From Kings Hill.
From Kings Hill, yeah. But it's Felix Thomas, and he's been a former league MVP. I described him in the introduction as one of the best basketballers that the village of Massac has ever produced. And Massac has produced some top quality basketballers over the years, Delvin.
Yes, a lot of good basketballers have come from Massac. That's a nice move, Gavin, by number 5.
So here come the Blazers again. Mills pulling the strings. As Nanton finds Sebastian. Nanton has found himself open. Thought about it, takes it off the back iron of the rim there. And it will be the Kings come the other way. believe Nanton they're guilty of the reaching foul.
Trying to sweep that ball away, Gavin.
Yeah, I think Kirby Nanton is 0 for 4 so far on his three-point attempts, but he's a shooter and he's going to keep on hoisting them up. And I can guarantee you, because I've been watching him throughout the season, when he gets going, he's really going to get going. And, you know, he's going to score them in bunches.
A very good shooter.
Misses the first free throw. You can see Linson Lynch making his way to the scorer's table, so he will be entering the game very soon as well. Missed both free throws, and it will be Kings basketball, last touch by the Blazers. Lynch will come in for Sebastian.
Nathan Sebastian had a very good game, Gavin.
So the Blazers on the court with Linson Lynch, Bernard Mills, Felix Thomas, Dretson Lee, and Donnie Robinson. Going a little bit small. Looks like Lynch and Mills will be playing the guard positions. Felix probably the stretch four. Dretson Lee small forward, and Donnie Robinson will be holding on the center. Lynch with his first shot, and Money bang on target with a big three-pointer. What a way to introduce himself. And another turnover, and here comes Felix pushing the other way. Into the safe hands of Bernard Mills. Lynch will pop another one and makes it. So 5 points off the bench for Linson Lynch. And just like that, the Blazers have gone in front.
Yes, Gavin, and good shooting by Linson Lynch.
In and out, and rebounded by the Blazers. Here they come again. Felix will bring it up over to Mills. Mills finds Lee. Lee drives in. A lot of contact there, but play on, says the referee. And it's a fast break opportunity. Misses, and there's a foul on the play.
I thought Lee could pass the ball for Lynch because he had driven the defense towards him, and Lynch was open.
A lot has to be said about Linson Lynch. Ever since I was a little boy, Delvin, I've been hearing the name Linson Lynch. He made his name not only as a basketballer, but as one of the premier long-distance runners in Dominica as well.
For quite a while, Gavin.
For quite a while. Whenever you said road race, you just had to say Linson Lynch in the same sentence a few years ago.
Yeah, keeping himself fully fit, Linson Lynch.
And good to see that at his age, he's still very effective and able to make some valuable contributions off the bench. I can tell you, Delvin, the atmosphere here at the Massac Indoor Facility is very loud. I'm hoping I will have voice a little later on.
You will have voice, Gavin. 21-23 in favor of the Blazers team. 6 minutes, 20 seconds to play in the first half, second quarter.
So Lester Langley back in the game for the Blazers. Lots of shooting on the court, but they've given the ball away. Three-point attempt, and nails it. You can see the celebrations there as the Kings have taken back the lead, 24-23. Lynch again loves that little shot there at the top of the key, but in and out. And stolen there. It will be an easy layup for Felix.
(25-24), very close game, Gavin.
And here come the Blazers again. Mills finds Robinson. Up and one, and that should count. That should count because the ball was on the backboard. It should be a goaltend, but let's see what the referee has to say.
No goaltend. The referee said no goaltend. The referee called, the referee said no goaltend. We can look at it again.
We can have a look at the replay. Clearly that was goaltending.
That was nowhere scoring, Gavin. That was nowhere scoring, Gavin. That's not a goaltend. You could clearly see it. It was not a good call by the referee, Gavin, because the ball was clearly out.
I'm wondering if we can get another look. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, you can watch it. That was really not scoring, Gavin. It was on the side. You see it, not a goaltend, Gavin. Yeah, I think it was a very good call there by the official. It was on the side, Gavin, and he took it, and so it was very close, Gavin. Very close.
Well, it looks like the goaltending was given, Delvin, because Robinson took one shot. So a 3-point play there for the Blazers. And they're coming away for another steal again. Here's Langley. Lynch. The ball didn't get to him as quickly as he would have liked. And he takes another 3-pointer. That one is way off. And here come the Blazers again. Mills will slow things down. It's over to Langley. Langley swings across to Lynch. Lynch for 3. And the Kings come away with the rebound. Bit of a shuffle step there, but against the basket. Mid-range jumper there for Clayton Williams. As it is Lynch in the post. Lynch with the fadeaway, and ooh, what a shot that was. Looked almost like a Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan sort of shot there, Delvin.
Yeah, matter of fact, Lynch have a quick 7 points there, Gavin, off the bench. Lynch look like a hot man for the Blazers.
Really got deep into the key there, got good position, and showed that he still has the legs to get the ball up and over the defender while fading away. And there's another steal from Felix. Finds Langley. Langley over to Mills. Lynch wide open. Lynch, another basket. 9 points now for Lindsay Lynch.
Lynch on fire, Gavin, in the facility. And Lynch just feeling, and you could see from the time he received the ball, Gavin, he had been shooting and shooting very well. Lynch on fire.
Well, he's being left wide open by the Kings, and he's making them pay. Lynch. 9 quick points off the bench. And the Blazers, they're enjoying a 5-point lead. We have a timeout on the floor.
Gavin, we have been entertained by Sean Basie Esprit. They are dancing and very swaying.
So it's the Kings down by 5. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first half. As they'll get that second chance opportunity. It's a Saltibus. Brings the lead down to 3. Clearly they have a man closer on Lynch. But traveling called by referee Nicholas. Turnover for the Blazers. And hustle play there from Linson Lynch, and he's won the ball back.
Linson Lynch having a big night there tonight, Gavin.
Lynch for three, that looks off. Bit rushed there, and here come the Kings on the other way now. Euro step, gets a friendly roll. And the Kings have cut the lead down to just one. And the Kings will win it back. As if Felix Langley will think about free, but he finds the hot-handed Lynch, but Lynch not able to convert. And here come the Kings now the other way. And the quick hands from the Blazers. And they have forced another turnover, Delvin.
Yes, and Gavin, number 11 for the St. Lucia team there, he seems to be rushing the plan, turnover in the ball, Gavin. Not having a good game so far. The number 11, he needs to take it easy, play like a calmer, Gavin. He alone against 4 players and trying to dribble through the 4 players, Gavin.
So for Bernard Mills, Lester Langley, Lynch, Birmingham, who's just checked in. Langley for free, off the back end. Hustle for the rebound. Felix misses an easy one. And here come the Kings again. Numbers are not in his favor, but he doesn't care. Drives in, misses, and it will be Blazers ball. So Bernard Mills has given the Blazers some solid minutes off the bench, just controlling the floor. It's Felix. Langley again misses, tapped by Mills, and the Kings will push it the other way. And again a little missing there of the easy layup. Mills fouled by Kimani Charles. So a minute and 33 left in the first half, Delvin. Blazers up by 1. It's been a bit sloppy in the last 3-4 minutes there, so.
Yeah, Kimani Charles looked to me like I don't know if he's the son of Julian Charles, because he looked to me like Julian Charles, clearly. And Julian Charles represented the win at the senior level. His face and everything looked to me like Julian Charles.
Well, maybe our listeners in St. Lucia, viewers, or those viewing in St. Lucia, can maybe leave a comment on the Facebook page. Maybe let us know if that's the son of, or grandson maybe, of Julian Charles. We have another timeout on the floor.
31-13 in favor of the Blazers team.
Having a look at some of the highlights so far. It's been the Linson Lynch show in the second quarter, banking that one there in. 9 points off the bench for him. His 9 points has given the Blazers a 1-point lead. You see him there again with another mid-range jumper. So possession for the Blazers, minute 33 left in the first half. It's with Felix, back to Mills, who drives in and shoots over the leaping defender there, gets the bucket, and it leads back up to 3.
A good shot there by Bernard Mills.
I remember back in the day, Delvin, Bernard Mills was one of the better scoring point guards that we've had in Dominica's basketball, but as he's gotten older, his scoring prowess has sort of diminished a bit, but his ball handling skills have not left him at all.
Not at all, Gavin, and he still seems to have that skills.
He'll pop a 3 air ball and should be Blazers basketball. 57 seconds left in the first half as the Blazers up by 3. Bernard Mills on the second unit really giving the Blazers a push. Birmingham takes it and makes it. So the jump shots falling for the Blazers in the latter end of the second half. And the lead has gone up to 5.
Finishing the half very strong.
I tell you, Delvin, I can barely hear myself here in the Massac Indoor facility as the Blazers fans are letting their voices be heard. Salty Bus, gets out the easy footed. It's Lynch popping the 3. And in and out. And the Kings for an opportunity for the last shot. 3 seconds to go. It's stolen by the Blazers. And that will bring us to the end of the first half. And at the end of 20 minutes of basketball, it's the Detroit Blazers 35 and the Soufriere Kings out of St. Lucia at 32. Delvin, after some comments from you, we will have a little break and we'll be back with the action in the second half.
Yes, Gavin, a very good half there effort there by the Blazers, keeping the pressure up, really fighting back in that game after being down very early. So the Blazers team really have to keep their composure and just realize to keep passing the ball, and Birmingham taking a nice jump shot there. So at the half, 35-32 in the favor of the Blazers team from Massac.
All right, so we're back here for second half action. This is the Kreyol Basketball Championships. It's the Detroit Blazers. They're coming up against the Soufriere Kings out of St. Lucia. And a pretty even first half, but it's the Blazers who will start off the second half with a three-point cushion. Linson Lynch will be in the starting five for the second half. That will be a foul on Nestor Langley. And you can see every player, Delvin, whenever they're called for a foul, they always appear to be innocent.
Yes, Gavin. And Gavin, the average age of the players that's playing there, those guys have been playing basketball for so long. You'll see the average months of 40 years, them guys have been playing basketball.
At least that. Sebastian gets the loose ball. The Blazers will come away with it. Interesting that Felix Thomas is on the bench to start the second half. Blazers looking to ride the hot hand of Linson Lynch. And here's Lynch right on cue. Just missing there. The ball will go out. There will be possession for the St. Lucia Kings.
They have to be very careful in terms of how they're using Linson Lynch, Gavin, because they have other shooters like Nanton. So if Linson starts to struggle, they can bring in Nanton.
Well, the good thing about what has been happening if Lynch, as this one is a foul there. Two Blazers there in the commotion. We'll see which one the foul is signaled on. Number 3, so that's Nathan Sebastian. But what I'm saying, Delvin, is that Lynch is getting wide open shots. He's just not making them. And Lynch is a shooter. And if I'm the Blazers fan, the Blazers coach, I'm quite happy with Lynch getting these wide open shots because he's going to make them sooner or later.
Oh, yes. Because he started off very hot, Gavin.
So it's a DDA misses the second.
And that ball belonged to the... I think the ball came out of his neck of the player, but maybe the referee didn't have a clear view at that.
Well, I think what might have happened was an over-the-back foul that he did not call.
Well, it's give and take, Gavin.
Give and take. So Danton is back into the match. Lynch will get a breather. Still no Felix Thomas for the Blazers to start off the second half as Danton pops the 3, but that one look a bit rushed. Wild there on the attempt, and good rebound from Maxwell Birmingham. As Langley bring the ball up for the Blazers. He pops the 3, walked into a 3. That's his shot, Delvin. But
yes.
The shots are just not falling for the Blazers.
And he had a very clear look, Gavin.
And St. Lucia responds with the mid-range jumper. Delvin, that last shot from Lester Langley. 9 out of 10 times you'll back him to make that shot. That is bread and butter.
Oh yes, from out there, from way out there.
As Nanton thought about the 3, but he will drive in, draws the defense, and St. Lucia will come away with it. A lot of contact there, but no foul given. And the Kings, just like that, have gotten back the lead. After being down by as many as 5, they've now found themselves back up by 1. As Nanton will pop a 3. That one is off again. And Nanton seems to be rushing his shot, Delvin.
Yes, and not getting the proper shot he needs. But he's a shooter, so he has to continue shooting.
really been a poor shooting night for the Blazers and the Falcons, two of the premier three-point shooting teams in Dominica's basketball. I think the Falcons maybe made 3 three-pointers for the entire night. Blazers, I think, have gotten about 2. Good defense. So the defense for the Blazers has really kept them in the game, given the struggles that they've been having offensively in the third quarter so far. As he finds Langley. An extra pass there from Nanton. Strong move from Sebastian, but a bit too strong on the layup. And here come the Kings. Quick hands from the Blazers, and Nanton will have an opportunity. Looks at the defender, throws it up, and Maxwell gets the rebound and makes the basket and is fouled, and he'll head to the line for a chance for a three-point play.
And you can see that player there for the Celtics. They were very upset with him. Number 13 taking the ball and rushing it and turning for the ball, Gavin. And I think they might give him a rest.
(37-36) as the Blazers in front by 1. Tight encounter here in the second game of the Kreyol Basketball Championships. Maxwell makes a free throw to complete the three-point play. It's quarter to 12. Slowly approaching Friday morning here. A step back jumper contested, and there is Nanton with the rebound. Nanton is picked up early. Langley has it, thought about it. Nanton for 3. And in and out again. Just not finding the mark tonight. But like you said, Delvin, he has to keep on shooting. And the Kings again winning the second chance points. Getting the offensive rebound.
38 all, Gavin. Very tight match.
As Donnie Robinson will drive in. Felt he was fouled, didn't get the call. And this time he's fouled. That's Didier. And he'll head to the line for 2 free throws. So we're going to have a timeout by the Blazers.
Donnie Robinson seems to be holding the ball at all, Gavin. He seems to be struggling handling the ball.
Well, that last play that Robinson had the ball, there was a lot of contact. I was quite surprised that a foul wasn't called. And you can see Donnie just having a conversation with the referees right now, just trying to let them know, hey, I'm being hacked down there. And you guys have to keep your eyes open. I've got to get the calls.
And actually begging for the calls.
Well, you can see Felix Thomas is up on his feet, so maybe he could be making an entrance into the game here in the third quarter.
Well, he's the better player, Gavin, so they need to have him on the court.
So a tied game here at the Massac Indoor Facility. Very competitive compared to the first game that we saw with the team from Antigua, the Wadadli team, making light work out of the Dr. Daru Krishna Sports Club Falcons. But it's going to be Sidney Didier to the line for 2 free throws. Misses the first. completes the second. So the Kings are up by 1. Langley is on the court along with Javid Joseph. Felix is on the ball. And Langley will pop a 3. And Langley will make a 3.
And that is his type of shot, Gavin.
And that's the type of basketball that the Blazers are known for, with Felix penetrating and then dishing out, finding the open shooter. In this case, it happens to be Lester Langley. Last night, Delvin, the Blazers took on the Eagles, and Lester Langley almost single-handedly in the fourth quarter willed the Blazers to a victory. Hit 3 big three-pointers in a row as the Blazers made a late push, but they didn't have enough gas in the tank in the end. And he's made 1 now. Surely he'll be looking to see if he can make a few more.
I hope that competition, Gavin, did not take toll on the Blazers team because of age, Gavin, because they have the Eagles to play. The Eagles can play that type of competition because they're a much younger team.
Well, it's going to be a test for the Blazers. They played last night in the Premier League finals. They went down to the Eagles. And less than 24 hours, they're back again against St. Lucia Kings team. So 41-39. Langley will bring the ball up. Looking to find Kerwin off the screen on the weak side. Felix with the fake finds Langley, who's attempting another 3, and bam! And Delvin, like I told you, if he hits 1, he's going to hit 2. 2 in a row for Lester Langley. And that's rebounded by the Blazers, and Nanton will push the ball up. Doesn't have the numbers, he settles back, gives it over to Langley. And will the Blazers look to run that same play again with Thomas Felix penetrating and dishing open to a shooter? It's Nanton, but Felix gets the rebound. Contact, no foul. And here come the Blazers the other way. That should be the Kings the other way. Traveling violation there. So another turnover. Blazers up by 5, just over 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. We've seen Lester Langley hit 2 big threes to give the Blazers the lead. Langley looking to make it 3 in a row. Misses. And that should be a foul. Yes, it's a foul on Javid Joseph. So a bit of a heat check there for Lester Langley. As the Kings are making another change. Kimani Charles back into the game. So the Kings are in the bonus, so they will be shooting free throws from here on in. As Carlson Hippolyte makes the first of 2 free throws. Rims out on the second, but stolen by the Blazers. And that's going to be a blocking foul, and Langley luckily able to scale the bleachers there and avoid serious injury, Delvin.
Yes, very flexible still, Lester Langley.
So it's the Blazers by 4. Langley drives in with the floater, misses. And it's the Kings looking to cut into that 4-point lead. Think about the threes, Charles. Not able to connect, but again, St. Lucia with the offensive rebound. The extra possession. And here's Charles again, drives in strongly. Misses, and again Delvin, another second chance opportunity for the Kings. And they've made the basket.
Yes, Gavin, they're really dominating the board, the offensive rebound. They're grabbing a number of offensive rebounds. Well, that one should fall this time.
And it is. You called it, Delvin. Big three-pointer there from Kirby Nanton. Finally, he gets one to go in. And the Blazers are back up by 5. But that one is going to be shot. Oh, I thought it was going to be shot, but it's banked in.
That was a lovely shot. A three-pointer, Gavin.
Finds Javid Joseph under the rim. Javid misses widely. Here come the Kings again. And Felix will get the rebound. He looks to push. Nanton wide open for another three. Bam! Back-to-back three-pointers for Kobe Nanton. And that's the 4th three-pointer in the quarter for the Blazers, and they've forced another turnover.
I tell you have to continue shooting. He's a shooter. And when you get hot and sun, it can be very difficult to stop.
Langley for free. Oh, that one is off. That one would have surely brought the roof down had it gone in.
That was a bad shot because Kevin Nanton was making the run across court. Yeah, he could have just passed that ball. And you can really say he could have go to him.
Charles drives in. Finally, the Blazers able to get a defensive rebound into the final minute of the third quarter. Is Lynch, and Lynch misses. So the Blazers with oh, that's a brilliant save there, and Lynch.
That was a spectacular save, Gavin. He actually flied for the ball outside, Gavin, and sent it in. A good play.
Well, good hustle play, yes, from Charles. And the hard work has earned his team the possession. Blazers are up by 5, so the Kings will have an opportunity to cut it to 3 if they can make the 2 free throws. Just have about 46 seconds left in the third quarter.
It's just about 6 minutes to 12 in the night, Gavin, and we still have the next quarter.
Well, just now I will put on my Benji N2O voice and greet the nation and say good morning. Let's put it that way. And again, the inability to read in the rebounds costing the Blazers. Nanton for 3, but this time it's blocked. And what's the call from the referee? Looks like it's a foul on Nanton.
Yes, he was blocked. A good block there, I thought there, Gavin. Nanton maybe should have faked the guy. Let him go up.
So loose ball foul. It will send Charles to the line again for 2 free throws. And just like that, Delvin, the careless fouls has given the Kings an opportunity to tie the game after being down by 5 with a minute to go. Charles makes the first free throw.
And they're down by 1, Gavin.
Blazers up by 1, 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Will the Blazers be looking to see if they can get a 2-for-1 opportunity here? And it's given away by Felix. Charles sprinting down, Charles is fouled, and Charles heads back to the line for 2 more free throws.
And Charles actually go across Felix to initiate that contact.
And that's a smart basketball player as well, because in going across him, he also used the rim as a shield. So it would have made it very difficult for Felix to even attempt to block the shot.
Bad pass by Felix Thomas.
And just like that, the Kings have taken the lead. And they've only knocked 20 seconds off the clock. And Nanton with the bad pass. So costly turnovers, costing the Blazers. Blazers after the strong third quarter. They're not ending it on a strong note. And the Kings, somehow, after that 3-point barrage, have found themselves in the lead with 15 seconds to go in the quarter. And one. So strong play there from a Salty Bus. And you can see the celebrations from the Kings. They're punishing the Blazers, who have gone small for the time being. And the Kings using the height advantage down low. And after being down by 5 with a minute to go in the third quarter, the Kings are up by 3 with less than 10 seconds to go.
Yes, Gavin, a quick turnaround, Gavin, in terms of the points.
And a 4-point lead now for the Kings. Nanton drives in, tosses it up. He misses, is rebounded by the Blazers, and that brings us to the end of the quarter. And a quarter of 2 tails, 2 sides. First half of the quarter dominated by the Blazers. They've gotten a lead of up to 5, but then the Kings came roaring back, and it's now the Kings with a 4-point lead heading into the 4th and final quarter, Delvin.
And yes, Gavin, as you said, Gavin, all is happening only 1 minute, Gavin. They turn around, so that means they scored 9 points, Gavin,
yes,
in less than a
1 minute. Yes, and it's been as a result of poor basketball from the Blazers. They've been guilty of cheap fouls, and they've also turned the ball over on a number of occasions, and it's come back to haunt them. We have a minute and a half to go in the quarter for the quarter break. We'll be back with the 4th quarter action in a little bit. All right, so good morning, everyone. It's Friday morning in Dominica and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. We're into the final quarter here in this Kreyol Basketball Championship, and it's the Detroit Blazers and the Soufriere Kings. Kings starting off the quarter with a 4-point lead. I can tell you that it's raining cats and dogs outside the Massac Indoor Facility. Donnie Robinson misses the jumper there. Delvin, a few years ago, this game would have been stopped.
Oh, yes.
A traveling signal by Nicholas, referee Nicholas. So it's a testament of the good work from the government to get this facility up and running, and that it can be raining cats and dogs outside, but we're still able to play basketball indoors. Donnie Robinson in a tough move there, and it's a 54-52. So the Blazers opting for a little more size to start off the quarter, starting off with Robinson and Sebastian, Birmingham, and Langley and Bernard Mills at the guard positions. Langley thought about the three, but good pass down low. Sebastian is blocked, and the Kings will come away with it. And misses the layup. So Bernard Mills proving to be very good on the defensive end. Good pass to Donnie Robinson, finds the cut in Birmingham. Lovely basketball, Delvin, from the Detroit Blazers.
Yes, a lovely pass there. A nice cut there by Birmingham, and scoring is game tie.
So here come the Blazers again, 54, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. It's been a tight contest. Neither team has led by more than 5 points as Maxwell drives strong and is fouled and would head to the line for 2 free throws. This is a crucial point in the game, Delvin, where you really need to make the free throws. Points are going to be hard to come by as the game intensifies.
At the end of it, Gavin, we will have a winner for sure.
Birmingham misses the first. Push the ball a little bit too much to the right. Birmingham makes a second, so 1 point lead for the Detroit Blazers as the drums are going wild here at the Massac Indoor Facility.
I thought that course was close to a traveling, Gavin, but again, a nice hoop there scored there by the player on the far side, number 5.
Well, Clayton Williams has been having a very good game for the St. Lucia team. Langley thought about the three, had other ideas. I think he will shoot it now. Yes, he does. Bam! Big three-pointer there from Lester Langley. And the Blazers are back up by 2. And it's turned over as Lester Langley coming away with it. Taking his time. Was hoping to get Sebastian under the rim, but was deflected. So still remain Blazers basketball. They're up by 2. There's 6 minutes, 55 seconds left in the game. It's over to Bernard Mills, showing his experience, slowing the game down. Mills with it, looking for the best option. It's Langley. Langley for another 3. And bang! It goes in again! Lester Langley is on fire here at the Massac Indoor Facility.
Nice shot there by Lester Langley.
I told you, Delvin, that when he gets going, he's going to get going. That's 4 3-pointers for Langley. as Mills comes away with the rebound. And Sebastian who goes in and he's fouled. Sebastian will head to the line for 2.
And that's way out from Lester Langley. And when you have to step a shooter like Kevin Nanton and Lester Langley and
Linson Lynch.
And Linson Lynch and Felix and so on, you can go down low and kick it out and get an easy free.
But I'm wondering if Felix is 100% tonight, because he spent a lot of time on the bench in the second half. He's been the leading scorer for the Blazers throughout the season. And like we said, former league MVP. Clearly he must not be 100% if he's on the bench for all of that time, Delvin.
Yeah, but you realize every time Bernard Mills come in on Sunday, he out to be doctoring the game and plays the game. I don't know why he doesn't play much more, Gavin, because Bernard Mills is a very senior and experienced point guard, and he can handle the ball and he can make very good decisions.
I'm going to call a name, and I'm sure a number of the viewers will agree with me. Bernard Mills is like CP3. That's Chris Paul. The way that he commands the game, controls the game. He doesn't have to influence the game if he's scoring, but he will do what he has to do in terms of protecting the basketball, making the right passes, making the good defensive plays. And Bernard Mills has really been a spark off the bench for the Blazers, along with Linson Lynch as well, and Kirby Nanton, who hit some big threes as well.
The three-pointers have just been falling for the Blazers team tonight.
All right, so it's going to be Nathan Sebastian to the line for 2. Blazers are up by 5. If he can make the 2 free throws, it will give them the biggest lead of the game. Rainbow shot there. Looked like he was sending that ball up to Jesus Christ, so maybe touch it to send it back down, Delvin. That was a high arcing shot.
That's how he does shoot, Gavin. His free throw must be very, very high in the air. That's the highest free throw I see for basketball, Gavin.
All right, so missed both, and the Kings have a chance to cut into the lead. 6 minutes to go, 61 to 56. Charles thought about the 3, but a good pass down low. A wide open shot, misses it, in and out. I don't think the Kings could have asked for a better look, as the defense broke down there for the Blazers. And the Blazers were lucky to not give up the 3 points on that last shot, Delvin.
Yes, a good rotation of the ball, some fast rotation of the ball by the Kings.
So Donnie able to hold on to the loose ball. Donnie with the spin over to Mills. Mills will drive in. Mills gets some contact. Birmingham, that Sebastian misses. Here come the Kings the other way. And Charles with the strong layup there. And it's 61 to 58, 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the fourth quarter.
Nice layup there by Charles. And they're going back down to Robinson.
Robinson again showing the veteran moves. Looked like a travel, but got away with it. Blazers gone back up by 5. Pressure defense by Lester Langley. Charles is open in the corner, but passes it up. A floater attempt there misses, and Bernard Mills will come away with the rebound. And Bernard Mills gives it away. Very uncharacteristic of him. Attempts the 3 way off there, and possession will remain with the Kings. So we see Linson Lynch about to check back into the game. To be Nathan Sebastian getting a breather. Misses the free and is rebounded by Lynch. So Lester Langley will bring the ball up for the Blazers. It's the Blazers by 5. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. finds Lynch, but Lynch closely marked by Charles. Langley for three, in and out. And the Kings making the Blazers play as Didier gets the easy basket. It's a 3-point game. Looking to find Birmingham. Finds Langley. Now with Robinson. Robinson with a good pass down low, and Maxwell is fouled. Maxwell head to the line for 2 free throws.
And then that was a very tight pass inside there, and Maxwell do very well to get that ball, Gavin.
So shooting 2 will be Maxwell, Birmingham. Good form on that first free throw. Let's put the Blazers up by 4. And misses the second. Here's Charles. Charles double team, finds the open man. Drives past Robinson. Again, another second chance opportunity, and a foul, and one. As a Saltibus gets the rebound, puts the ball back in, gets the foul, and a chance for a 3-point play to cut the lead down to just 1 point.
And Bernard Mills committing that foul.
So electrifying atmosphere here at the Massac Indoor Facility as the Blazers supporters are attempting to push their team over the hurdle.
Yeah, but it seems to be very quiet, and now the Blazers supporters are supposed to be in live, Gavin, and they seem to be very good. They're up by 2, Gavin, and they can put some pressure on the shooter, like what they did in the first division match. When he raises on the free throw line. So having 3 minutes and 21 seconds to go is a lot of basketball to play.
A lot of basketball to play in the early hours of Friday morning. It's 12:15. Literally burning the midnight oil to bring you the live coverage here of the opening round of matches in the Kreyol Basketball Championships.
Gavin, I feel we should have a very early night tonight for sure.
Well, we'll be back again tonight, Delvin. There's more basketball action tonight. So no rest for the weary. So it'll be Saltibus to the line as he looks to cut the lead to just 1. Blazers have been struggling, gathering the rebounds. And Javid Joseph with a strong rebound. So 3 minutes and change to go. Is the Blazers up by 2. As Langley finds Robinson. No, I think that took a deflection. No, it didn't actually.
No, it was actually played the ball, sending the ball out, Gavin. Bad turnover.
So here's Charles pushing the ball up. A lot of contact there. Referee allowed play to continue. And it's going to be Kings basketball. And again, the loose ball goes to the Kings. Blazers just can't seem to get their defensive rebounds. And again, it will be the Kings heading to the line for 2 more free throws. So the Kings with a chance to even up the game. As it will be Sydney Didier to the line for 2 free throws. Didier misses the first. Chance to cut it to 1. Misses the second, and Robinson pulls in the rebound. Under 3 minutes to go. It's Felix over to Langley. Langley is closely marked. Lynch trying to find some space. Langley some space. Langley for free. Langley for another big three-pointer.
A long three-pointer, Gavin.
As Didier drives in strongly, but it's been the Leicester Langley show tonight or this morning. 5 big three-pointers for Leicester Langley. Felix is with it. Langley pops another one, and that's an air ball. A bit too ambitious there was Leicester Langley on that last one, Delvin.
Yeah, he could have taken his time, Gavin, as well. He rushed that one.
But one thing's for certain, he's going to fire them. He's going to fire away. But it's the Blazers. They're up by 3. Under 2 minutes to go. Last touch by the Blazers. It'll be Kings basketball. Felix almost came up with the steal. Charles misses. Joseph rebounds. Lynch will bring the ball up. And Langley will slow things down. They've gone to the MVP now. It's Thomas Felix. Felix for free. Felix misses, but rebounded by Javid Joseph. And a fresh 24 for the Blazers. As Felix loses the handle. And it will be the Kings coming away with it. Minute to go, up and under. Basket is good, says the referee. And now it's 67-66.
67-66. Yeah, he was on the play, Gavin, and attempted a three-point play.
So referee Udi John signals basket is good. The Blazers are leading by 1. The Kings will be on the line. It will be Sydney Didier for a chance to tie the game with just over a minute to go.
And as excitement, Gavin, that's just like the first division match.
Sydney misses, but again the Kings come away with the rebound. That one over the top of the backboard, and the Kings have taken the lead. So the Kings are leading by 1 point with 59 seconds to go in the game. It's coming down to the wire. It's Lynch for 3. That's going to be short. And it's going to be Kings basketball up by 1 with 52 seconds to go. The Blazers are definitely going to need a stop right here.
And they should put some pressure defense, Gavin. They shouldn't just let them dribble the ball up front.
It's the Kings with the basketball. 45 seconds to go. Kings leading 68-67. It's over to Charles. It's back to Charles. DJ comes for it. No. It's Williams for 3. It's short. It's rebounded by the Blazers. 25 seconds to go. The Blazers down by 1 point. The ball is with the MVP, Thomas Felix. It's with Javid Joseph. Back to Felix. Langley thought about the 3. Felix will drive in. Lynch for the win. Basket by Lynch. It's 10 seconds to go. And the St. Lucia Kings are down by 1. Blazers are leading by 1. Here's Charles. He thinks about the 3. And he's fouled. Johnny Robinson commits to foul. And it will send number 32, Jay-Z Saltibus to the line for a chance to win the game on the free throw line with just 1.8 seconds to go here at the Massac Indoor Facility.
And I thought it was a bad play by Robinson. He was much too aggressive on that play. He could just hold his end, but he was actually coming down, Gavin. And Robinson committing that foul there. A real bad foul, but you can never tell. They're still in the game. The players can miss the 2 free throw. So we're hoping that the player can miss the 2 free throw. Or if it's that we might see some overtime, Gavin. We might just see some overtime.
Well, let's have a look at the final seconds there to see where that foul was committed. Donnie Robinson, yes. I think, yes, that's a good call. Donnie was leaning a little bit, and that call went against the Blazers. So, a Saltibus on the line, a chance to put the Kings in front with under 2 seconds to go, but he has to make both free throws, Delvin.
You have to make the free throws. That's very important. They have to make the free throws. And they set a ball on the side. What call is that, Gavin?
Well, I thought the Kings were in the bonus.
What call is that?
Hold on. The referees
It's 2 shots, Gavin.
The referees are just clarifying. But I thought the Kings were already in the bonus.
Where you were shooting, Gavin, and Donnie came down on him. We can see the replay again. So it has to be 2 shots.
Well, the referees, Yudi John, Augustus Juliana Jr., and Nick Nicholas are huddling right now. We can just have a look at the replay to see. So there it is, Lynch putting the Blazers in front. And then we can look at the final seconds of the game there to see what has happened. But it's going to be side ball. And that's a very interesting
That's a
call.
very unfortunate call, Gavin.
And the Kings have signaled for timeout.
And you can see the referee there talking to Charles. To me, Gavin, that's a very... They agreed to us 2 shots, and all of a sudden they change the call.
Well, let's see if we can have another look at that replay, if our producers can get that for us. The last few seconds of the game where Donnie Robinson committed the foul. Let's see if we can have a clearer look as to what exactly transpired.
Well, the referee should come and use the monitor so they can have a clear idea of what transpired. Because we've seen it loud and clear. Donnie refused to let the guy go up, so that is the problem. He actually, so it's a 2-shot violation. And that's a very brave call by the officials.
All right, so 1.8 seconds to go. It's the Soufriere Kings down by 1 point. The Blazers are going to need one more defensive swap in there to pull off a victory. Referee giving the players instructions. Here we go. 1.8 seconds to go. Takes a jump ball, it's off. And it's over. The Detroit Blazers have won. They've beaten the Soufriere Kings 59-68.
A very good match in the end, Gavin.
A very good game in the end, and it was a game of good shooting from Lester Langley in the second half with the 5 3-pointers. Linton Lynch off the bench with his contribution, and also Kirby Nanton as well. We have to give a lot of credit to Bernard Mills, who controlled the game very nicely for the Blazers. But in the end, a 1-point win for the Detroit Blazers.
Everything was going pretty well, Gavin, tonight, but that final call there, Gavin, was a concern call, Gavin. And in the end, the call goes to Blazers team, but very unfortunate, Gavin, in the end there.
Yeah, so it's Lindsey Lynch with the game-winning basket, and the Blazers walking away with the 69 68th win.
I think the referees should use the continue call and use the monitors, Gavin, to help them. Because they'll have a clear view, so the calls will be correct calls, Gavin, especially in that contagious situation there with a couple seconds to go.
Well, Delvin, that brings us to the end of the first night of the Kreyol Basketball Championships. Possibly back here tomorrow at the Massac Indoor Facility. We have another doubleheader. We'll see the team from Guadeloupe in action for the first time tomorrow. And we'll also see, well, I should say a little later on because they're already on Friday. And we'll also see the Peebush Eagles in action as well later on tonight. So on behalf of the entire production team, Aaron, Wilshire, Dennis Nichols, we also had Kyle and Rohan Skerritt. Gavin Richards saying good morning from the Massac Indoor Facility. This brings us to the end of the first night of activities in the Kreyol Basketball Championships.